Chapter 3007. A fiery red aura was emitted from the weapon ancestor's body. The fiery red aura circled above the weapon ancestor's head and suddenly transformed into a roaring true dragon. That's, Ancestor Hay's face changed drastically. Illusory weapon? Ancestor Hay's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected the theory that the weapon ancestor had researched for countless years to become a reality. How is this possible? Ancestor Hay could not believe it. When the weapon ancestor came up with the idea of an illusory weapon, he had discussed it with the two of them. Without exception, the demon ancestor and Ancestor Hay did not agree with the weapon ancestor's idea. They thought that an illusory weapon was against common sense and was impossible to achieve. But today, he had seen it. How is it? Are you surprised? The weapon ancestor sneered. His ferocious face was filled with mockery. Back then, my idea was not approved by the two of you, but I did not give up. A few hundred years ago, when I discovered the myriad fusion body, I absorbed a trace of its power and completed the last step that had troubled me for tens of thousands of years. Now, my illusory weapon has been formed. What are you going to use to fight me? The weapon ancestor said. Ancestor Hay finally understood why the weapon ancestor was so happy when he discovered the myriad fusion body. I see. In my idea, the illusory weapon has a higher level. Therefore, I must obtain the myriad fusion body. The weapon ancestor continued. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This was his secret. Apart from him, only a dead man knew about it. Humph, so what? Ancestor Hay said coldly after a momentary daze. You should be proud that you can die under my illusory weapon. After the weapon ancestor finished speaking, the blood-red true dragon roared and opened its mouth. A fiery red dragon breath whizzed toward Ancestor Hay. Condense. Seeing this, Progenitor Hay spread out his hands. Two strange-looking weapons appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the air. Then, the entire void seemed to have solidified. It's useless. The weapon ancestor sneered. The illusory weapon could penetrate any defense. Swoosh. The fiery red true dragon shadow easily penetrated Ancestor Hay's defense. Deng deng deng. In the face of the menacing illusory soldiers, Ancestor Hay was shocked and kept retreating. An illusory weapon? Fang Chen murmured. Then, he took a step forward and executed the space-time escape technique. At the same time, the star-hidden sword fiercely hacked towards the blood-red dragon. Whoosh. Invincible sword Dao. The dazzling sword light pierced into the head of the real dragon shadow like a blade of judgment. Roar. The illusionary dragon trembled and uttered a roar into the sky. Its attack came to a stop. Whoosh. Seeing this, Ancestor Hay heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Impossible. The illusory weapon's position is unpredictable. How can you stab it? The weapon ancestor cried out. He thought that Fang Chen had struck the illusory weapon by chance. Die. The weapon ancestor waved his hand, and the illusory weapons gathered again and charged toward Fang Chen. Although illusory weapons are weapons, they also belong to the category of void. Fang Chen said softly. Strictly speaking, he could be considered as the creator of space-time Dao. Playing with illusory weapons in front of him? Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? The illusory weapons were unpredictable, but in Fang Chen's eyes, they were still. Invincible sword Dao. Once again, he executed the invincible sword Dao and stabbed the head of the real dragon shadow. While the weapon ancestor was still in shock, Ancestor Hay struck out and destroyed the illusory weapon. Ha ha ha, it turns out that your illusory weapon is just SOSO. Ancestor Hay laughed heartily. Without the illusory weapon, he was not afraid of the weapon ancestor. Even without the illusory weapon, I can still kill you. The weapon ancestor said coldly. Rumble. In the next moment, the forbidden ground shook as the battle between the weapon ancestor and Ancestor Hay shook the heavens and the earth. As for Fang Chen, he quickly arrived in front of the stone platform. Whoosh. He activated the heaven sealing tablet with his mind and destroyed the seal on the stone platform. Then, Fang Shi's body disappeared. In Ming Cave Mountain. Junior sister, are you okay? Tian Xin was the first to rush forward and catch Fang Shi's weak body as she asked worriedly. "Junior sister, it's all my fault that you have to suffer like this," Kang Ju said guiltily. Fang Shi slowly opened her eyes and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She was happy to see Tian Xin and Kang Ju. "I'm fine." Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cubs were ready for battle. When Ancestor He and the weapon ancestor were both injured, it would be time for them to strike. Dong. The weapon ancestor stomped his feet and the entire ground shook. He flicked his finger and a bright light shot out. The void along the way was instantly destroyed. The weapon ancestor is obviously stronger than Ancestor He. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he watched the battle. Dong. 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 As time went by, the battle became more intense. Inside the Forbidden Land, everything was in ruins, almost razed to the ground. Die. During this period, Ancestor He had been at a disadvantage and this was his last chance. He took advantage of the weapon ancestor's mistake and turned himself into a weapon as he charged toward the weapon ancestor. Dong. After the shocking collision, a deafening sound echoed across the sky. The entire ground caved in. Dust flew into the air and the power became chaotic. Is it over? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the center of the battlefield. There was a huge pit and the surrounding area was in ruins. There were two figures in the pit, both of them in a very sorry state. Ancestor He's injuries are more serious. It seems like his origin is injured. Soon, Fang Chen discovered this. Although the weapon ancestor was also severely injured, he was in a better state than Ancestor He. Fang Chen, kill him quickly, Ancestor He said weakly. The weapon ancestor's face changed and he said, Fang Chen, kill Ancestor He for me and I will give you the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen slowly walked over and glanced at the two with a hint of disdain. Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, Ancestor He snapped, Fang Chen, have you forgotten our promise? What an exciting battle. Fang Chen clapped his hands and ignored Ancestor He. Don't worry, both of you will die. It's just a matter of who dies first. Ancestor He and the weapon ancestor immediately realized what was going on. You're using me? Ancestor He said. You've only realized it now? How stupid. Fang Chen let out a hollow laugh. His plan was not too brilliant. He was only using Ancestor He's desire to gain power. Why would you do that? Do you think you can control the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after killing us? You're too naive. Ancestor He said hysterically, kill the weapon ancestor for me and I will let bygones be bygones. Our promise will still stand. Ancestor He, oh Ancestor He, have you been living in the belly of a dog for the past several million years? Fang Chen said. You. Ancestor He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Both of them were severely injured from the battle, thus he no longer had the strength to fight. He could only let Fang Chen do whatever he wanted to him. Don't you want the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? I can give it to you. Ancestor He compromised. Don't listen to him. If you're willing to help me, not only will I give you the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, I will also teach you the secret technique of the illusionary weapon. The weapon ancestor said, I can even contact the top factions in the eastern and northern regions to recommend you. The weapon ancestor's offer was extremely attractive. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Fang Chen shook his head. What else do you have to say? These are your last words. What do you want? The weapon ancestor asked in confusion. Fang Chen pointed at the empty stone platform. You want the myriad fusion body? The weapon ancestor asked, if you help me, I can give you half of the myriad fusion body. Hee hee. Fang Chen laughed eerily. The lady with the myriad fusion body is called Fang Shi. She is my daughter, Fang Chen. How is that possible? The weapon ancestor and Ancestor He were stunned. As for Fang Chen, he walked toward them one step at a time. No, you can't kill us. If you do, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will not let you go. The weapon ancestor threatened. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. The weapon ancestor's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ancestor He's face turned pale. I, Ancestor He, have a good reputation, but it was destroyed by you. Ancestor He said, I'd like to see how you're going to explain to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after the three of us are destroyed. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then I won't trouble you, Fang Chen said. The heavens want me dead. Ancestor He laughed miserably and suddenly slapped his own head. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3008. Fire Refining Sky. A blazing flame soared into the sky and instantly turned into a sea of fire. The temperature of the surrounding air rose rapidly as if the entire space was about to evaporate. Damn it! The two primordial spirits were forced to appear as they desperately tried to escape the sea of fire. Do you think you can fool me with such a petty trick? Fang Chen sneered. He had already asked Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cub to prepare to burn the escaping primordial spirits once the He ancestor and the weapon ancestor died. Let's go. The primordial spirits of the demonic ancestor and the weapon ancestor released a dazzling power as they desperately tried to escape. However, at this moment, a strange blood suddenly appeared and poured into the sea of fire. Suddenly, the power of the sea of fire rose rapidly. In the next moment, the two primordial spirits let out miserable cries. No! They screamed, but it was useless. The power of the sea of fire was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the two primordial spirits were turned into ashes. Whoosh! 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 The flames gradually extinguished. Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cub looked at Fang Chen. Brother! Fang Chen flicked his finger and took the Sumeru ring of the third ancestor. Then, he let Kang Ju, Tian Xin, and Fang Shi out. Father! Fang Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she threw herself into Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen hugged Fang Shi's head tightly and comforted her. It's okay now. I won't let Xia suffer anymore. After a long time. Master, once the Imperial Weapon Pavilion knows of the third ancestor's death, they will definitely annihilate us. Kang Ju said. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is too powerful. Even the Imperial teacher can't do anything about it. Once they know about what happened in the Forbidden Area, we will die. The reason why the third ancestor could be annihilated was because of their internal strife. However, it would not be so easy for the higher-ups of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This was also a headache for Fang Chen. Fortunately, Fang Shi had been rescued. After a careful examination, Fang Shi did not suffer any injuries. Furthermore, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that with the help of the third ancestor, Fang Shi's all-fusion body had become even more powerful. There was even an indescribable feeling about it. Father, my cultivation base has already reached the life-ancient realm. However, I've been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make a breakthrough, Fang Shi said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. You have the myriad fusion body, so your cultivation process will be much easier than others. However, this will also cause your bottleneck to become greater as you progress. Right now, your all-fusion body is still growing. Once you cross this hurdle, you will definitely become a star Venerable, Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. After working hard for so many years, he had barely reached the peak of the middle stage of the star Venerable realm. On the other hand, his daughter's fusion body was able to absorb the energy in the air at all times. There were basically no bottlenecks in the early stages. I will definitely work hard, Fang Shi said. Soon, Fang Shi, Xiao Hua, and the pure-blooded beast cubs became one. At this moment, Tian Xin walked to Fang Chen's side. Master, do you have any ideas? Let me contact the Imperial tutor, Fang Chen said. Then, he took out his communication jade pendant and began to contact the Imperial tutor. In a faraway region in the western region. On a towering mountain peak, the environment was extremely harsh. On the peak of the mountain, there was a thatched cottage. The Imperial tutor lived there in seclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying light shot up into the sky from the mountain peak. In the next moment, the sound of a weapon rang out, shaking the heavens. Ha ha ha. The Imperial tutor laughed heartily, revealing a bright smile on his face. He was holding a weapon in his hand. On the weapon, there were complex runes flowing around it. Its aura was extremely powerful. I am only one step away from the Emperor realm. After countless efforts, the Imperial Tutor was now able to refine half-step Emperor weapons with elemental abilities at will. Moreover, he had already touched the threshold of the Emperor realm. He believed that it would not be long before he could step into the Emperor realm. I, the Imperial Tutor, will definitely be the first blacksmith in the Western region to step into the Emperor realm. The Imperial Tutor's heart was filled with anticipation. In the entire immemorial chaotic world, the Western region was relatively backward. Compared to the Eastern and Northern regions, the martial arts culture here was backward. There was not even a single world god expert. Many powerful beings did not even care about this barbarian land. Just as the Imperial Tutor was filled with pride, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. After opening it, Fang Chen's voice could be heard. Senior Imperial Tutor, I would like to ask if you have any ideas to send me out of the Western region. You want to leave the Western region? The Imperial Tutor asked. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After the Imperial Tutor heard it, he was completely stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses. This fella actually plotted to let the three ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion kill each other and reap the benefits. The Imperial Tutor did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fella was too daring. Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. In other words, the three ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would completely fall. If this news were to spread, the entire Western region would be shaken. It might even affect the situation of the Western region. I really don't know what to say about him. The Imperial Tutor shook his head. There are many experts in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is a half-step world god. Once they know what you have done, you will definitely die. The Imperial Tutor pondered for a moment before saying, there is a teleportation formation in the Western region. However, every time it is activated, it consumes too much energy. Ordinary people cannot afford to use it. Think of a way to escape from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and meet up with me. The Imperial Tutor told Fang Chen the exact location. Then, he flung his sleeve and disappeared into the void. In the Forbidden Land behind the mountain of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen kept the communication jade pendant and revealed a faint smile. Let's go. After keeping Kang Ju and the others in the mountain, Fang Chen walked out of the Forbidden Land carefully. In the Imperial Weapon Hall. Everyone, what do you think about the incident in the Forbidden Land? The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion asked. Pavilion Master, with the three ancestors around, nothing should happen in the Forbidden Land. However, I don't know if Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, why don't you go in and take a look? After a discussion, the Pavilion Master decided to go in and take a look himself. Soon, he arrived at the Forbidden Land behind the mountain. He flung his sleeve and opened the seal of the Forbidden Land. Then, he entered. Just as he entered, he bumped into Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, I have learned a lot of refining skills from the three ancestors. The three ancestors asked me to digest them first, Fang Chen said softly. The Pavilion Master nodded and said, you can go out first. Fang Chen heard and his body flashed and he left quickly. After he came out, he disappeared into the void without looking back. As there was a strong seal in the Forbidden Land that blocked divine consciousness, the Pavilion Master could not detect what was happening in the Forbidden Land. When he walked to the center of the Forbidden Land, he was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the stone platform. The stone platform was empty. There was nothing there. After that, he abruptly turned around and looked at the two corpses in the large pit not too far away. Hey ancestor, weapon ancestor, he shouted and quickly walked over. At the same time, he found the corpse of the demon ancestor. His body was trembling and he could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? How could the three ancestors be dead? The Pavilion Master shook his head frantically. He did not understand what had happened. Oh, right, Fang Chen. Suddenly, the Pavilion Master thought of Fang Chen and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He has been in the Forbidden Land all this time. He should know what happened, the Pavilion Master said in a low voice. Could it be that he killed the three ancestors? Soon, the pavilion master denied this idea. However, he vaguely guessed that the death of the three ancestors was related to Fang Chen. Damned guy! In the sky above the Forbidden Land, the pavilion master's divine consciousness covered the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, he did not find any trace of Fang Chen. There is indeed a problem. The pavilion master's face darkened and he gave an order. South Pavilion Guardian Fang Chen has betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Anyone who finds any trace of him is to be killed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion shook. I would like to see how you can escape from me. The pavilion master sneered. His body flashed and disappeared into the void, chasing after Fang Chen. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3009. Anger. There was only one thought in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion master's mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was able to stand tall in the western region for countless years without falling. It was even able to stand at the peak and command the world. The reason was the three ancestors. The three ancestors were the foundation of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and also the biggest reliance of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, the three ancestors had all died. The main culprit behind all of this was Fang Chen. Damn it. He must be greedy for the all-fusion body and plotted against the three ancestors. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was a half-step universe god expert. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and chased after Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After escaping from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, he pushed the space-time doctrine to the extreme and his speed was as fast as lightning. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's speed, it would take him at least 6 hours to catch up with me. Fang Chen calculated as he flew. With my current speed, it would take me about 6 hours to reach the rendezvous point. Fang Chen was calculating how to avoid the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's pursuit. Time passed bit by bit and the Imperial Master was anxiously waiting for Fang Chen. Shi Ling. In the old site of a powerful sect in the ancient era, there was a teleportation formation that was left behind from the ancient era. In the vast western region, there was only one broken teleportation formation that could cross regions. By taking this teleportation formation, one could cross regions and reach the other three regions. Still not here. The Imperial Master had been contacting Fang Chen with his communication jade pendant. After knowing that Sumo was fine, he was relieved. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. Immediately after, Fang Chen appeared. How is it? Fang Chen asked anxiously. The teleportation formation is above the ruins. Have you prepared the energy crystals? The Imperial Master asked. Fang Chen nodded and waved his hand. A small mountain of purple cloud ores appeared in front of the teleportation formation. This is purple cloud ores. The Imperial Preceptor was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. The news of the annihilation of the Su family in the southwest region had spread like wildfire. Naturally, he had also heard the news. After seeing the purple cloud ore, Imperial Tutor Xinbing was certain that Fang Chen was the man who destroyed the Su family. Is that enough? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. That's enough. The Heart Weapon Emperor placed the purple cloud ores into the teleportation formation before roaring loudly and driving the teleportation formation with all his might. Wang. The teleportation array slowly began to rotate and a ray of light was emitted. Fang Chen's body trembled. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times. The vicissitudes of life and the austere aura made him feel as if he was there. Come to think of it, the war that broke out here in the ancient times must have been extremely tragic. Fang Chen murmured, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. Let's go. The teleportation portal was activated and spun rapidly. Fang Chen's figure disappeared. Stop. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Boom. A fiery red ray of light, carrying a vast amount of power, shot over. Dong. The Heart Weapon Emperor blocked it with his hand. Heart Weapon Emperor, do you really want to go against my Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said furiously. Pavilion Master, you must be joking. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Why would I go against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Heart Weapon Emperor grinned. Fang Chen has betrayed my Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I want to kill you personally. Are you sure you want to stop me? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a dart shot out. The Heart Weapon Emperor stomped his feet and used all his strength to block the dart. At the same time, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master slammed his palm forward and a vast force struck the teleportation formation. Rumble. The already dilapidated teleportation array suddenly began to wobble and show signs of cracking. Not good. Seeing this, the Heart Weapon Emperor exclaimed in his heart and his face changed drastically. Stop. The Heart Weapon Emperor roared and came in front of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master to stop him. Chmph. The teleportation formation is cracked. He's dead for sure. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master sneered and glanced at the Heart Weapon Emperor before leaving. My Imperial Weapon Pavilion doesn't want to go against you, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of you. I hope you know what's best for you. Looking at the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's back, the Heart Weapon Emperor clenched his fist and was furious. I hope you're safe. The Heart Weapon Emperor looked at the cracked teleportation formation and prayed in his heart. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion for you. Blood City. The Blood City had become more prosperous because of the rise of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The cooperation between the Blood City Merchant Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had become closer. Although Fang Chen had left the Blood City, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was still developing rapidly. Master Dongfang was now the representative of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He had great prestige and countless people would respond to his call. However, the atmosphere in the Blood City was unusually tense today. What? In the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Master Dongfang was shocked when he heard a secret from Lord Blood. Fang Chen betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and is wanted by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion might be suppressed by them. This was news from Lord Blood. He was an outer member of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after all. He was one step ahead of the others and received the news. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's current strength, how can they fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Master Dongfang was disappointed and sad. Is the Imperial Weapon Pavilion going to disband? Although the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was established by Fang Chen, Master Dongfang had put in a lot of effort into it. He naturally didn't want to see the Imperial Weapon Pavilion disband. Fang Chen has escaped. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will definitely vent their anger on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Master Dongfang was thinking about how to deal with it. Whoosh! The void rippled and the Heart Weapon Emperor Master slowly appeared. Heart Weapon Emperor Master. Master Dongfang, how have you been? The Heart Weapon Emperor Master nodded. I owe Fang Chen a favor. I'm here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Don't worry. With me around, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion won't do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, Master Dongfang was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as Master Dongfang had expected. 2 days later, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master personally led his disciples and arrived at the city. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Fang Chen, betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He has committed treason and should be killed. The Pavilion Master's voice echoed throughout the entire Blood City. There's no need for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to continue existing. For a moment, everyone in the Blood City was in a panic. Lord Blood had been secretly observing the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's actions. He had mixed feelings. In the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, many higher-ups held an emergency meeting. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president asked. Isn't it obvious? Fang Chen betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is furious. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will cease to exist. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce will break off our relationship with him. That's right. I agree. Soon, everyone agreed with the decision. Only Deacon Li objected. However, He didn't have the right to make the decision. Fang Chen has committed treason and betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to work with such a despicable person. From now on, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will dissolve our alliance with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. We will help the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to destroy the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Soon, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce released a message. It was a statement. Once the message was out, the entire Blood City was shocked. Of course, everyone could understand. If they had to choose between the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, they would definitely choose the former. Just when everyone thought that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was about to be destroyed, the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang appeared in the void. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion has crossed the line. The Imperial Master's voice was deafening. What? The Imperial Master stood up for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Could it be that the rumor is true? The one behind the Imperial Master is the Imperial Master. This is going to be a good show. In the Blood City, everyone was talking about it. In the void, the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master confronted each other again. Imperial Master, you are meddling too much. Boom. Everyone in the Blood City felt a tremor. A great battle was about to begin. The battle between the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Everyone was watching. The result of this battle would change the situation in the Western region. However, 7 days later, a ray of light flew away. From today onwards, the Imperial Master will protect the Imperial Master. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards the Imperial Master, they will be going against the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master's voice spread throughout the Blood City. Everyone was in an uproar, shaken by this. Could it be that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lost? In fact, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master and the Imperial Master could not do anything to each other. In the end, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master compromised and gave up on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. With the crisis resolved, Lord Shui was relieved. Everyone in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce looked at each other. Quickly disperse and leave the Blood City. Even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master could not do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, let alone the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to give up on the glory of the Blood City. In just one night, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce evacuated from the Blood City. The Blood City also became the private property of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Master stayed here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The situation in the Western region had undergone a subtle change. Many forces were ready to make a move. The Heart Demon Palace even sent an elder to the Blood City to visit the Imperial Master to discuss important matters. Chapter 30:10. In the east of the primordial chaos, there was a vast and boundless region. The people here were valiant and the martial way was prosperous. It was called the Eastern Region. Compared to the Western region and the Southern region, the Eastern region was a prosperous place with many experts. The sun was like blood, dyeing the entire land red. The plains were boundless and overgrown with weeds. It was very barren. But today, an unprecedented war had broken out here. The Bloodfire Sword sect had launched an all-out war, wanting to destroy the Piercing Cloud sect in one fell swoop. The disciples of the two forces were embroiled in a chaotic battle on the plains. There were many casualties and screams of agony could be heard from time to time. In the void, two figures were facing each other. Both of them exuded a terrifying aura. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe with a sword-shaped symbol on his collar. His entire body was covered in sword-shaped runes, making him look like a long sword that stood in the void. It was a shocking sight. Opposite him was an old man in a white robe. He was stooped, and there was a faint aura emanating from his body. It was as if he had merged with the world. He stood on a white cloud and stared at the blood-red robed elder. Bloodfire Sword Master, do you really want to do this? The white-robed elder asked. Destroying the Piercing Cloud sect has been the goal of the ancestors of the Bloodfire Sword sect. The Bloodfire Sword Master stood with his hands behind his back. You have seen it too. The disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect are no match for my Bloodfire Sword sect. What does the Piercing Cloud sect have to fight me? The Bloodfire Sword Master's words lingered in the Piercing Cloud sect master's ears. A bitter smile appeared on his old face. As the Piercing Cloud sect master, I will live and die with the Piercing Cloud sect, the Piercing Cloud sect master said. Since the Bloodfire Sword sect wants to do this, then let's fight to the death. With that, the Piercing Cloud sect master's body flashed and merged with the white cloud. He instantly appeared beside the Bloodfire Sword Master. Scram! The Bloodfire Sword Master roared. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the white cloud. Kaboom! The battle between the two experts was about to erupt. The void shattered and the air became chaotic. The flames of war flew and blood flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, the war had entered a white-hot stage. The Piercing Cloud sect seemed to be somewhat powerless to resist. Somewhere on the battlefield, the golden-robed man struck out with his palm, barely blocking his opponent's attack. Not good. However, just as he was about to attack, he screamed in horror. A long sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The tip of the sword carried an unparalleled power. Run! He subconsciously retreated, wanting to dodge. However, it was too late. The long sword had already locked onto him. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Am I going to die? Wu Pan's face paled as he shook his head helplessly. Crack! Just as the long sword was about to pierce his chest, a sudden clap of thunder appeared in the void, followed by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. A crack visible to the naked eye spread rapidly above Wu Pan's head. That is, the sudden change stunned everyone. Their gazes were all fixed on the crack. Bang! A figure fell out of the crack. The horrifying spatial storm quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the crack healed and the sky returned to normal. The figure that fell out of the crack happened to land in front of Wu Pan, blocking the long sword of the Bloodflame Sword sect disciple and saving his life. He subconsciously looked down and saw a man covered in blood lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that he had lost his life. Wu Pan was a little dazed. He did not know what was going on. However, the two experts who were fighting in the void immediately understood what was going on when they saw this scene. Is there a problem with the teleportation array, causing the body to be lost in the darkness? The Bloodflame Sword sect master sneered. He did not even look. Although he could feel a faint trace of life, he knew that the person was dead for sure. Collecting his thoughts, the Bloodflame Sword sect master continued to attack. Kill. The battle did not stop because of Fang Chen's fall. On the contrary, it became even more intense. Fang Chen lay in a pool of blood and was crushed by many corpses. He saved me. Wu Pan was stunned. He looked at the unconscious Fang Chen with a complicated expression. After thinking for a moment, Wu Pan gritted his teeth and broke away from his opponent. He quickly came to the mountain of corpses and pulled Fang Chen out of the pile. You saved my life. Even if there is only a small chance, I will not let you die. Wu Pan carried Fang Chen and rushed toward Chuanyun City. The battle was too intense and chaotic. Wu Pan did not encounter too many obstacles when he left. This was because the battlefield was Chuanyun Plain, which was very close to Chuanyun City. After a while, Wu Pan returned to Chuanyun City, panting. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky above Chuanyun Plain. Smoke filled the air and a wild aura fluttered in the wind. A human figure shot out of the smoke in a somewhat sorry state. Chuanyun Sect Master. This voice came from the Bloodflame Sword Sect Master. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. The Bloodflame Sword Sect Master's face was gloomy. His chest rose and fell as a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Chimph, I will let your Chuanyun sect go today. When my Bloodflame Sword sect attacks again, your Chuanyun sect will be destroyed. After saying this, the Bloodflame Sword sect master waved his sleeve and said, Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Bloodflame Sword sect disciples had all retreated from the battlefield. The Chuanyun sect disciples who had escaped death looked at each other. Return. The Chuanyun sect master's voice was like thunder. Increase the defenses of Chuanyun City by 3 times. All disciples must be on high alert. As soon as he said this, a streak of light charged into Chuanyun City. No one had expected the battle to end in such a way. However, the Chuanyun sect master knew that he had used the Blood Flame Sword sect master's weakness to defeat him. But the next time the Blood Flame Sword sect came prepared, it would be the time when his Chuanyun sect was in danger. The Chuanyun sect was the strongest faction in Chuanyun City and the only ruler. In the main hall of the Chuanyun sect, how are the casualties in this battle? The Chuanyun sect master asked with an ashen face. Sect master, more than half of our disciples are dead or injured. Several elders have also died, the great elder said in a low voice. Simply put, they had suffered heavy losses. The Chuanyun city lord is also dead. Hearing this, the Chuanyun sect master's face turned even gloomier. In a courtyard of the Chuanyun sect, Wu Pan placed Fang Chen on the bed and fed him some healing pills. This guy, Wu Pan, was surprised to find that although Fang Chen was covered in injuries, his physical body was abnormally strong. Interesting. Fang Chen, whose aura was originally weak, began to recover in just a few hours. This made Wu Pan very surprised. A star venerate martial artist can still survive after suffering such heavy injuries. This is simply a miracle. The Chuanyun sect was heavily guarded. Everyone was busy preparing for battle. Only Wu Pan was taking care of Fang Chen. Wang. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword surged with powerful energy at the same time and poured into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's injuries were healing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Master will be fine, right? In Ming Cave Mountain, Kang Ju and Tian Xin were somewhat worried. Don't worry, he will be fine. The pure-blooded beast cub said, if it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die after suffering such heavy injuries. However, he is different. The chaotic sword body is not just for show. Its defense is top-notch. As the pure-blooded beast cub expected, Fang Chen's vitality became more and more vigorous in the next few days. 5 days later, Fang Chen woke up. You're awake. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Wu Pan's face. Who are you? Where am I? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. He subconsciously looked around to make sure there was no danger and heaved a sigh of relief. This is the Chuanyun sect. I am Chuanyun sect disciple Wu Pan. Don't worry, you are very safe here, Wu Pan said with a smile. How did I get here? That day, the Chuanyun sect was fighting with the Blood Flame Sword sect, and you, Wu Pan briefly explained the situation that day. After understanding the situation, Fang Chen nodded. There was a problem with the teleportation array. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have died. It's not a problem with the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was activated, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master forcefully attacked it, causing the teleportation to be interrupted, the Immortal Scepter said. Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Fang Chen clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3011. Piercing Cloud Sect, Blood Flame Sword Sect. The names of these two sects echoed in Fang Chen's mind. The Eastern Region? Fang Chen curled his lips. He was going to the Northern Region with the help of Imperial teacher Xin Bing. He didn't expect that the transmission would be interrupted and he would be sent to the Eastern Region. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. I'll familiarize myself with the situation here as soon as possible and then think of a way to leave. Fang Chen muttered. As long as he left the Western Region, he wouldn't be afraid of being chased by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then, he could cultivate in peace. You're really lucky. Wu Pan smiled and said, we often see situations like yours here. Those cultivators whose transmission was interrupted almost certainly died, but you survived. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. No wonder people weren't curious at all when he was on the battlefield. They often saw it. This was also good. It wouldn't attract their attention. Faced with Wu Pan's question, Fang Chen just smiled awkwardly. You rest in the Piercing Cloud sect first. Don't wander around. Wu Pan said a few words and then turned to leave. The atmosphere in the Piercing Cloud sect was very stifling. After Fang Chen recovered from his injuries, He felt that his cultivation had taken another step forward. He had silently broken through to the late stage of the star Venerable realm. Is this considered to be fighting to live after death? Fang Chen grinned. Walking on the tree-lined road of the piercing cloud sect, Fang Chen could feel people looking at him from time to time. Is that guy the trash that Wu Pan saved? Is there something wrong with Wu Pan's head? Chumph, he ran away at the last minute. The sect will definitely chase Wu Pan. Whispers reached Fang Chen's ears. Punishment. Fang Chen frowned and looked up. He found that Wu Pan was surrounded by a few disciples and had a conflict. He walked over quickly and heard one of the disciples scolding Wu Pan in a lecturing tone. Wu Pan, as a disciple of the piercing cloud sect, why did you run away at the last minute? I didn't. Wu Pan defended himself. Everyone has seen it. You are simply a disgrace to the Chuan Yun sect. This person continued, what qualifications does a person like you have to continue staying in the Chuan Yun sect? As he spoke, the disciple immediately attacked, intending to capture Wu Pan. Bang! Wu Pan's resistance made the disciple even more furious. Wu Pan, I represent the sect in punishing you. How dare you resist? Do you want to be a traitor? The word traitor made Wu Pan's body tremble. The disciple snorted coldly and reached out to grab Wu Pan. Bang! The disciple who attacked Wu Pan was sent flying and fell to the ground. Do you want to die? The disciple stood up, glared at Fang Chen, and roared angrily. What crime did Wu Pan commit? Just because you saved me. Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Wu Pan glanced at Fang Chen. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to criticize me here? The disciple flew into a rage and rushed toward Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen sent him flying with a kick. Wu Pan is innocent. If you want to use this opportunity to deal with Wu Pan, then I'm sorry, but I don't agree. No matter what, Wu Pan had saved Fang Chen. At this moment, how could Fang Chen remain indifferent? Forget it, Wu Pan said in a low voice. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You are courting death. The disciple's cultivation was slightly higher than Wu Pan's. He was at the peak of the star Venerable realm. He thought that Fang Chen had launched a sneak attack, which was why he had been sent flying. Rumble. The disciple used his strongest trump card to suppress Fang Chen. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, his action was ridiculous. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. How could this be? They couldn't understand why the guy Wu Pan had saved could send Fan Hai, who was at the peak of the star Venerable realm, flying. Brat, this is the Cloud sect. You are courting death. Fan Hai stood up and roared angrily. Stop. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd consciously opened up a path. A beautiful figure walked over slowly. Fan Hai, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The woman scolded sternly. The woman's hair was tied up in a high bun, and there was a red plum blossom hairpin on the top of her head. She was wearing a navy blue pleated skirt with scattered flowers, and a pair of soft-soled shoes with silk peacock thread beads. Her beautiful figure was perfectly reflected in the eyes. Hey! Seeing this woman, Fang Chen was stunned. Senior Sister Yu, Fan Hai wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Senior Sister Yu. Get lost. Yes, Senior Sister Yu. Fan Hai lowered his head and quickly left. Before he left, he glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Fist salute. Senior Sister Yu smiled at Fang Chen and bowed slightly to express her apology. It's okay. Fang Chen waved his hand. I'm Yu Shu. What's your name? Fang Chen. Yu Shu smiled faintly and turned to leave. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Fang Chen could feel countless envious and jealous gazes shooting at him from all around. It seemed that this woman called Yu Shu had a high status in the Cloud sect. In the following time, the Cloud sect fell into a temporary silence. But everyone knew that this was the sign before a storm. The Blood Flame Sword sect was too strong. If they came back again, the Cloud sect would have no power to resist. Under the night sky, the starlight shone on Fang Chen. He took out a bottle of spirit-tempering wine and tasted it. I didn't expect the eastern region to be so vast. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After a few days of understanding, Fang Chen only knew the tip of the iceberg of the eastern region. But even so, he was still extremely shocked. Simply put, the four regions of the ancient chaos, the western region and the southern region, were simply barbarians. In the eastern region, there was a name. To them, the southern and western regions were like lower realms. From this, one could see the difference between them and the eastern region. The eastern region was vast and had 9 realms. Each realm was much larger than the starless realm. The boundless realm was one of the 9 realms in the eastern region. There were 36 palaces under it. The Desolation Palace that Fang Chen was in was one of them. Both Cloud Passing City and Bloodflame City belonged to the Bloody Battle Territory, one of the 5 territories under the Desolation Palace. There were 72 cities under the Bloody Battle Territory. I didn't expect to come to such a place. With Fang Chen's current strength, he was almost invincible in Cloud Passing City. However, he had just recovered from his injuries and was very unfamiliar with the eastern region. He wanted to understand it before leaving. Blood Flame Sword Sect. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Since Wu Pan saved me, I'll help Cloud Passing Sect solve their crisis." The Cloud Passing Sect's master was a late-stage holy venerate. The Blood Flame Sword's master's cultivation shouldn't be that strong. I'll help Cloud Passing Sect solve their crisis as soon as possible and enter the sights of the upper echelons of the Bloody Battle Territory. Fang Chen's thoughts weren't here. He wanted to use Cloud Passing Sect as a springboard to enter the Bloody Battle Territory. He wanted to stand out and eventually join the Desolation Palace. Only by joining the Desolation Palace could he come into contact with a higher stage and cultivate more powerful secret techniques. As for the Boundless Realm, Fang Chen didn't want to think about it for now. After all, the Boundless Realm was one of the 9 Eastern Realms. The Boundless Realm's master was a super expert of the Sector Lord Realm. He was the commander of a region and his strength was unfathomable. Fang Chen's realm was too far away from the Universe God Realm. Perhaps because of Yu Shu, many disciples didn't like Fang Chen and were denouncing Fang Chen. Fan Hai, who lost to Fang Chen that day, even said that Fang Chen had launched a sneak attack first. Otherwise, he would have been able to suppress Fang Chen in a direct confrontation. Femme fatale. Although Fang Chen didn't say anything, Yu Shu took the initiative to talk to Fang Chen and even rebuked Fan Hai. This caused many disciples to have wild thoughts. Yu Shu was the goddess of Cloud Passing Sect and countless disciples pursued her. They wouldn't allow their goddess to be tarnished. An outsider. If it wasn't for Cloud Passing Sect, he would have died long ago. How dare he seduce Yu Shu? He's really courting death. I want to see how arrogant he can be. Just wait. Fan Hai is well prepared this time. He will definitely suppress Fang Chen. Countless voices of discussion quietly spread out. However, Fang Chen, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, only smiled and ignored them. Fang Chen, you don't have to worry. You're someone I saved. Even if you're expelled, it's the sect master's order and not Fan Hai's. Wu Pan said. But now, my Cloud Passing Sect is in danger. I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. It's fine. Fang Chen smiled indifferently. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 3012. Although a great disaster was imminent, Yu Shu's actions had undoubtedly brought great trouble to Fang Chen. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. In his mind, his primordial spirit vibrated and emitted a golden luster. Primordial spirit. Fang Chen murmured. During the teleportation process, he had gone through a narrow escape, but it had also allowed his primordial spirit to make a breakthrough. Outside Wu Pan's courtyard, many disciples, led by Fan Hai, had gathered. Fang Chen, get out here. Fan Hai roared arrogantly, his face full of disdain. He believed that the reason why he had lost the previous battle was entirely because of Fang Chen's sneak attack. If you have the ability, fight me fair and square. In the dark, a pair of eyes stared at them. A mere outsider dares to approach Yu Shu. You're courting death. The person who spoke was dressed in a golden robe. If anyone was here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the strongest disciple of the Transcendence Cloud sect. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Yu Shu. However, he could not gain Yu Shu's approval. All along, Yu Shu had been very cold to him. When he heard that Yu Shu berated Fan Hai for Fang Chen, his heart was full of anger. He had deliberately lent his weapon to Fan Hai so that he could teach Fang Chen a lesson. I'd like to see what you're capable of. His eyes flickered as he said sinisterly. In the courtyard, Wu Pan hurried in. At this time, Fang Chen also slowly opened his eyes. Fang Chen. Wu Pan wanted to say something but stopped. In fact, Fang Chen already knew what he wanted to say. Brother Wu Pan, don't worry. What's a mere Fan Hai? Fang Chen's tone was very arrogant and confident. In his eyes, Fan Hai was a piece of trash. Ignore him. Fang Chen continued to cultivate with his eyes closed, while Wu Pan could only walk out of the courtyard helplessly. Fan Hai, you've gone too far. Wu Pan said in a deep voice. Wu Pan, who do you think you are? That guy is a coward. Are you going to stand up for him? Seeing Wu Pan, Fan Hai was very angry. He said angrily, Good, I was just worried that I didn't have a place to vent my anger. You came at the right time. After saying that, Fan Hai acted as if he was about to attack Wu Pan. Wu Pan took several steps back. Fan Hai, right now our entire piercing cloud sect is preparing for war, ready to fight at any moment. Yet you are causing trouble here. Let the sect master know the truth. Are you threatening me? Hearing Wu Pan's words, Fan Hai became even angrier. Ph, do you think that with that kid backing you up, I, Fan Hai, would be afraid of you? As soon as Fan Hai finished speaking, he threw out a punch without any warning. Wu Pan was caught off guard. He felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body involuntarily retreated. Wu Pan staggered and steadied himself. His back was pressed against the gate of the courtyard. Wu Pan was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Fan Hai. What? Angry? If you have the ability, then do it, you coward. Seeing Wu Pan's angry look, Fan Hai became even more unscrupulous and sneered. Fan Hai walked towards Wu Pan step by step. He slowly raised his hand and said mockingly, Do you believe that with this slap of mine, your head will turn into minced meat? I don't believe it. Suddenly, a voice came from the courtyard. Creak. The gate opened and Fang Chen walked out with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Wu Pan and nodded lightly. Then, his gaze fell on Fan Hai. Finally, you're not a coward anymore. Fan Hai sneered and stared at Fang Chen. Coward? You think you're worthy? Fang Chen mercilessly humiliated Fan Hai. Looks like I didn't teach you enough the last time. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Fine, I won't hold back this time. Kid, who do you think you are? If you hadn't ambushed me the last time, I would have killed you. Bang. Just as Fan Hai's voice fell, a sound came from the ground. Then, a miserable scream came from his mouth. Only then did the crowd react. They turned around and were stunned. At this moment, Fan Hai's body seemed to be falling apart. Blood flowed out of his orifices and he fell to the ground. His arms were hanging limply. It seemed like they were crippled. I'll kill you. Fan Hai roared in anger, but he couldn't stand up. He actually crippled Fan Hai's limbs. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that Fan Hai is Brother Long's man? He's dead. He's dead. In the crowd, everyone discussed in horror. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, If the person behind you wants to challenge me, feel free to do so. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause sounded. Everyone turned around and their pupils constricted. Brother Long. The first disciple of the Cloud sect was called Brother Long. He wore a golden robe and his wise eyes stared at Fang Chen as he walked over quickly. You're not bad, Brother Long said gloomily. Of course. It's better than some villain hiding in the dark. Fang Chen sneered. Everyone around was shocked. Fang Chen was too arrogant, wasn't he? He didn't even care about Brother Long. Kid, do you know who I am? Brother Long asked coldly with a serious face. Does it have anything to do with me? Fang Chen asked. Ha ha. Brother Long was enraged by Fang Chen's words. He suppressed his anger and pointed at Fan Hai. He's my man. So what? Fang Chen retorted. You're not from the Cloud Sect, but you crippled his limbs. This is a capital offense. Brother Long said slowly. And I, on behalf of the Cloud Sect, will kill you. Seeing Brother Long appear, Wu Pan was a little anxious and tugged at Fang Chen's clothes. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Then, he looked at Brother Long and said, because Miss Yu Shu said a few words to me, you held a grudge and instigated Fan Hai to provoke me. Now, I've crippled his limbs. You have to take full responsibility. The words Yu Shu from Fang Chen's mouth made Brother Long even angrier. Yu Shu is not someone you can call her that. Brother Long said angrily. Mph, I really feel sorry for you. The Cloud Sect is in trouble, but you're still in the mood to flirt. As expected of the first disciple of the Cloud Sect, you're really amazing. Fang Chen mocked. What? Are you angry now that I've exposed you? Fang Chen took a step forward with an imposing aura. I'm standing right here. If you want to kill me, go ahead. But I can't guarantee that your limbs won't be broken. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Brother Long had cultivated for so many years and had a high status in the Cloud Sect. No one dared to speak to him like this. You're courting death. Brother Long said. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He didn't even bother to look at Brother Long and closed his eyes. Go back first. Fang Chen was afraid that Wu Pan would be in a difficult position, so he asked him to wait for him in the courtyard. Stop. Yu Shu walked over from behind the crowd. Yu Shu. Brother Long smiled when he saw Yu Shu walking over. However, Yu Shu ignored him. This made Brother Long even angrier. He vented his anger on Fang Chen. Yu Shu, this is between me and this guy. Don't interfere. Rumble. Brother Long waved his hand and took a long staff from Fan Hai. Die. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long staff. A vast power emerged from the long staff. Stop. Yu Shu shouted, wanting to stop the two. However, it was too late. Brother Long's attack had already enveloped Fang Chen. Still putting on an act. Seeing that Fang Chen was still calm, Brother Long sneered and increased his strength. The long staff was aimed at Fang Chen's head. If Fang Chen couldn't dodge this attack, his body and soul would be destroyed. It could be seen how vicious Brother Long was. Crash. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground shook. You have to pay the price for your stupidity, Fang Chen said. And you can't bear the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen took a big step forward. He opened one of his hands and charged towards the long rod at lightning speed. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed the long staff. The vast power came to an abrupt stop. The long staff was firmly grasped by Fang Chen and couldn't move. You've always thought of yourself as the #1 disciple of the Chuanyun sect. You don't know that in my eyes, you're just trash. Holding the long staff with one hand, he slapped out with the other. Crack. Brother Long felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. His body flew back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Poochie. Brother Long spat out blood and fainted. Crash. Countless exclamations came from the crowd. A late-stage star Venerable actually has such great power. Brother Long was the #1 disciple of the Chuanyun sect. His cultivation had reached the limit of the Star Venerable realm. He was only one step away from entering the Holy Venerable realm. Chapter 30:13. The #1 disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm. Such a strong person had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move. How strong did one have to be to do that? Even a warrior at the early stage of the Saint Venerable realm couldn't do that, right? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Yu Shu's mouth was wide open, full of shock. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. He didn't want to bully the weak. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. However, Brother Long instigated Fan Hai to harass him and attack Wu Pan. This was intolerable. I said that you will pay the price for your stupidity. You can't afford to pay this price. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and entered the courtyard. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yu Shu's eyes flickered, and a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. Looking at Fang Chen's back, she seemed to feel that this man was mysterious and unfathomable. The news of Fang Chen defeating Brother Long spread quickly in the Piercing Cloud sect. Many disciples were in awe. A late-stage star Venerable defeating a peak star Venerable. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. Especially Wu Pan. He was dumbfounded. What kind of monster did he save? This news reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Piercing Cloud sect. Some of them thought that Fang Chen had gone too far. He had injured Brother Long in public. Of course, there were also some people who thought that Fang Chen had unparalleled potential. If he could become a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, it would definitely improve the strength of the sect. The next day, the Piercing Cloud sect master summoned Fang Chen. In front of the Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan led Fang Chen forward quickly. Fang Chen, when you enter the Piercing Cloud Palace, you must be careful. Don't offend the Piercing Cloud sect master. Wu Pan whispered, I heard that you defeated Brother Long. Some elders seem to want to punish you. It's okay. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, if the Piercing Cloud sect master is smart, I think he should know what to do. Soon, the two arrived at the Piercing Cloud Palace. Go in, Wu Pan said. Fang Chen patted Wu Pan on the shoulder and said with a smile, wait for my good news. After entering the main hall, Fang Chen clearly felt that the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Fang Chen bowed slightly to the cloud-piercing sect master and the elders. Arrogant. Some elders were unhappy with Fang Chen's actions and directly spoke out. The Piercing Cloud sect master waved his hand, stopping the elder from speaking. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, where did you come from? In the western region, the transmission array was disrupted. We arrived at Chuanyun City, Fang Chen said truthfully. The cloud-piercing sect master nodded and said with a smile, with your late-stage star Venerable cultivation, you defeated Ah Long, who was at the peak of the star Venerable realm, in one strike. This is enough to prove that your talent is unparalleled. Are you willing to join my cloud-piercing sect? The gazes of many elders fell on Fang Chen. As far as I know, Piercing Cloud sect is currently facing a crisis. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of the sect, Fang Chen said. Impudent. A bad-tempered elder scolded loudly. If not for my cloud-piercing sect disciples saving you, you would have died on the battlefield. Not only are you not grateful, but you even attacked my cloud-piercing sect disciples. Now, you are even talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will suppress you right now? Fang Chen shook his head. It seems that the decline of Piercing Cloud sect is not without reason. The elders could tell that Fang Chen was implying something. You are too arrogant. This elder wanted to attack, but Fang Chen was not afraid and looked straight at him. You are not afraid of problems. What you are afraid of is not daring to admit where the problem lies. The difference in strength between Piercing Cloud sect and Bloodflame Sword sect is obvious. You old fogies are still indulging in fantasy. When the Bloodflame Sword sect attacks, how will you deal with it? At this critical juncture, not only do you cloud-piercing sect disciples not know how to cherish time and cultivate diligently, but you are fighting over a woman. How laughable, Fang Chen said bluntly. Many elders were displeased, and some were even angry. Only Piercing Cloud sect's sect master looked straight at Fang Chen, as if he wanted to see through him. What do you want to say? Piercing Cloud sect's sect master muttered. Fang Chen shrugged. I can help Piercing Cloud sect tide over this crisis. When these words were spoken, many elders were stunned, and then they shook their heads. Humph, how can a mere star venerate like you imagine the strength of the Bloodflame Sword sect? Arrogant words. Such a person with a bad temperament is not qualified to stay in Piercing Cloud sect. That's right. Break his limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself. Some of the elders mocked. Fang Chen frowned and glanced at these elders. If not for Wu Pan, I would kill you all. Humph, These elders still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master. Sect master, you didn't summon me just to say this, right? Fang Chen asked. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master slowly said, I feel a dangerous aura from you. Although you are a late star venerate, even I can't see through you. Originally, I summoned you because I cherished your talent and wanted to recruit you. But now, I have changed my mind. Oh. Fang Chen looked at Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master with a smile. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master waved his sleeve and stood up. You said you can help Piercing Cloud Sect. Let me ask you, how can you help? I know you don't believe me, but the problem is, does Piercing Cloud Sect still have a way out? What will you use to resist the next attack of the Blood Flame Sword Sect? Fight to the death. Fang Chen's words pierced deeply into everyone's hearts. Their faces were gloomy as they lowered their heads. The difference in power was too great. If they fought to the death, it would only hasten their destruction. Or are you saying that you're secretly sending your Transcending Cloud Sect disciples out? Fang Chen shrugged. If I were the Blood Flame Sword's master, I wouldn't be so stupid as to not think of this. Believe it or not, the Blood Flame Sword Sect's people are everywhere outside Piercing Cloud City. Even if you secretly send your disciples out, you won't be able to survive the Blood Flame Sword Sect. Moreover, what can you do even if you send your disciples out? Piercing Cloud Sect had no choice now. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master didn't get angry at Fang Chen's words. Instead, he sank into deep thought. I'm very curious. As a late star venerate, what courage do you have to say such words? You will know when the time comes, Fang Chen said. Right, I am not helping Piercing Cloud Sect. I am helping Wu Pan. After speaking, Fang Chen turned and left. In the hall, many elders looked at Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master. Sect master, this brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave? With his strength, how can he help us resolve this crisis? That's right. I suggest we kill him directly. The elders spoke one after another. However, Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master sank into silence. Sect master, an elder called out. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master raised his head and smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice now? Even so, we can't leave our fate to this brat, the elders still objected. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master shook his head. He is much stronger than you think. Perhaps he really has the confidence to say such words. Sect master, I don't understand. The black-robed elder asked in confusion. Just now, I secretly used a method to test him. Guess what the result was? Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master laughed self-mockingly. When my power came into contact with his body, it seemed to have entered a bottomless pit. I instantly lost control of my power. Since he could easily defeat Along, his offensive power is at least at the Holy Venerate level. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master continued, based on my estimation, his true fighting power is between the middle and late Holy Venerate level. Whoosh. Hearing this, the elders went into an uproar. A late star venerate had the fighting power of a middle Holy Venerate? Wasn't this too exaggerated? He is right. Our Piercing Cloud Sect has no choice. He is also a great fighting power. If we have his help, we will at least have an additional force in the fight against the Blood Flame Sword Sect. At this point, they could only try everything they could. Actually, Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master believed that since Fang Chen dared to make such bold claims, he definitely had a backup plan. Piercing Cloud Sect's sect master actually felt some anticipation. In front of Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan saw Fang Chen come out and hurried over. How was it? Sect master didn't punish you, right? Fang Chen shook his head. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around. After Piercing Cloud Sect's crisis, you will take over Elder Brother Long's position and become the top disciple. What do you mean? Wu Pan caught up and asked in confusion. There was a huge gap between him and Elder Brother Long. In Piercing Cloud Sect, he was only considered average. Taking over Elder Brother Long's position as the top disciple? Wu Pan did not even dare to think about it. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yes, there is a huge gap between you and Elder Brother Long. However, What if the entire piercing cloud sect's resources lean toward you? Chapter 30:14. On a certain day a month later, the Blood Flame Sword sect attacked once more, and a red wave swept across the land, causing countless cultivators to exclaim. The Blood Flame Sword sect was unstoppable, and the piercing cloud sect's defenses were useless. Not long after, the Blood Flame Sword sect arrived. In front of the piercing cloud city, all the experts of the Blood Flame Sword sect were gathered here. The Blood Flame Sword Master was the leader, and his eyes were dark and his face was filled with mockery. From today onwards, there will be no more piercing cloud sect. The Blood Flame Sword Master said coldly. Due to some accidents last time, the Blood Flame Sword sect had returned empty-handed. This time, the Blood Flame Sword sect was fully prepared, and the piercing cloud sect couldn't resist at all. Sword Master, are we going to attack directly? The first elder walked over and asked in a low voice. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The Blood Flame Sword Master waved his hand. The Piercing Cloud City is the base of the Piercing Cloud sect. Although the Blood Flame Sword sect doesn't fear the Piercing Cloud sect, the Piercing Cloud sect still has a foundation. If we charge in rashly, there will be unexpected dangers. I think that the Piercing Cloud sect master already knows that we are here, and he will come out. At this moment, within the Piercing Cloud sect, the Piercing Cloud sect master was shocked when he heard the news. His expression was very ugly. What was supposed to come had finally come. Sect Master, we request to fight. Our Piercing Cloud sect is an ancient sect. How can we be humiliated by a junior? That's right. We swear to protect the Piercing Cloud sect. Many elders said with righteous indignation. Everyone, follow me to fight. The Piercing Cloud sect master nodded. He knew that the Blood Flame Sword sect had come with great momentum, and there was no way to avoid it. He also knew that he might not be able to return, but he had no choice. He had to take responsibility, not to mention that he was the Piercing Cloud sect master. Whoosh, whoosh. Their faces were filled with rage. Damn Blood Flame Sword sect. The elders' hearts burned with rage. They clenched their fists, and their eyes turned scarlet. They couldn't wait to wipe out the Blood Flame Sword sect. Piercing Cloud sect master, there's no way out. The Piercing Cloud sect master, must we fight to the death? Cloud Piercing sect master asked. What do you think? The Bloodfire Sword master sneered. Disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect, heed my command. We pledge our lives to protect the honor of the Piercing Cloud sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out between heaven and earth. The flames of war lingered between heaven and earth, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The battle had begun. The Blood Flame Sword sect and the Cloud Piercing sect had started an all-out war. Within the Piercing Cloud sect, many weak disciples were trembling. Their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. Wu Pan panted as he found Fang Chen. He informed him that the Blood Flame Sword sect had launched a large-scale attack and that the Piercing Cloud sect was very likely to be destroyed. Fang Chen, leave quickly. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fang Chen smiled slightly. Brother Wu Pan, we've only met by chance, yet you treat me like this. I'm truly grateful. Fang Chen said solemnly, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Chuan Yun's sect, and nothing will happen to you. Fang Chen patted Wu Pan's shoulder, then turned and left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he met the goddess of the Piercing Cloud sect, Yu Shu. Fang Chen. Yu Shu's red lips parted slightly as she called out. Outside the Piercing Cloud city, the flames of war are raging. As disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect, we're prepared to fight to the death. You're not a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, so you can leave now. With that, Yu Shu glanced at Fang Chen and left leisurely. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. In a moment, blood flowed like a river outside the Piercing Cloud city. Bastard of the Piercing Cloud sect, go to hell. A disciple of the Blood Flame Sword sect held a long sword in his hand. His body erupted with boundless power as he ruthlessly pierced the head of the Piercing Cloud sect disciple. Crack. The Piercing Cloud sect disciple's body directly exploded, turning into a pool of blood. There were countless such occurrences. The battle gradually leaned towards the Blood Flame Sword sect. The latter had come prepared, and their overall strength completely crushed the Piercing Cloud sect. The Piercing Cloud sect disciples fought with all their strength, but only death awaited them. In a short 15 minutes, more than half of the Piercing Cloud sect disciples had been killed or injured. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were engaged in an intense battle. "Die, old bastard!" The blood-robed elder of the Blood Flame Sword sect stabbed his snake-shaped sword at the Piercing Cloud sect elder. Scram! The Piercing Cloud sect elder roared as he spread out his palms, forming the strongest defense to block the snake-shaped sword. Poochie! The snake-shaped sword released powerful sword chi that directly pierced through the Piercing Cloud sect elder's hands. While the latter was in a daze, he was killed in one fell swoop. An elder had fallen. After such a long battle, an elder had finally fallen. The fall of an ordinary disciple wouldn't harm the foundation of the Piercing Cloud sect. However, an elder was different. They were the foundation of the Piercing Cloud sect. Even the death of an elder was a heavy blow to the Piercing Cloud sect. Poochie! One after another, the elders fell into a pool of blood. The battle was one-sided. The Piercing Cloud sect people were forced to retreat as they suffered heavy casualties. Only the Piercing Cloud sect master was barely able to block the attacks of the Blood Flame Sword master. Sword master. The Blood Flame Sword sect's first elder transmitted his voice, indicating for the sword master to end the battle quickly. If the Piercing Cloud sect master was killed, the Piercing Cloud sect would definitely collapse. At that time, the Blood Flame Sword sect would be able to easily occupy Piercing Cloud City. Hearing this, the Blood Flame Sword master nodded as a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Then, he spread out his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! A blood-red sword suddenly appeared and the Blood Flame Sword master grasped it with both hands. Hiss! The blood-red sword emitted an extremely powerful aura that rapidly corroded the void. This is a blood-red sword. Seeing this, the Piercing Cloud sect master's expression changed drastically as he retreated continuously. His face was filled with despair. He originally thought that he could use his trump card to barely block the Blood Flame Sword master. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. Legend had it that the Blood Flame Sword sect had the strongest trump card, the blood-red sword. But for countless years, they had not been able to form a blood-red sword. Unexpectedly, the Blood Flame Sword master had really done it. When the blood-red sword appeared, heaven and earth were annihilated. Piercing Cloud sect master, you're dead meat. The Blood Flame Sword master held the blood-red sword tightly with both hands as he activated all his strength and slashed at the void. Crack! The void shattered as 100-meter-thick blood-red light descended from the sky and slashed at the Piercing Cloud sect master. No! The Piercing Cloud sect master roared as dense runes appeared around his body. Blue veins popped out on his forehead as he tried to block the attack of the blood-red sword. Dong! But it was to no avail. When the blood-red sword hit his body, it directly shattered his defense. His body was smashed into the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, the entire Piercing Cloud City fell into dead silence. The battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone from the Piercing Cloud sect stared at this scene with their mouths agape. A thought of despair rose in their hearts. Even their sect master could not block the blood-red sword. How could they block it? Does the heavens want to destroy our Piercing Cloud sect? Many elders closed their eyes in pain as they gave up resisting. How could they block it? The blood-red sword's attack was too strong. There was no way to block it. Cough. Cough. The Piercing Cloud sect master broke out of the ground in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak as he staggered. Not dead yet. The Blood Flame Sword master sneered. The Piercing Cloud sect master's defense was much stronger than he had imagined. But I'd like to see how you block my second sword. As he spoke, the Blood Flame Sword master quickly slashed out a second sword. The Piercing Cloud sect master would die without a doubt. Seemingly knowing that he could not block it, the Piercing Cloud sect master gritted his teeth as the power in his body surged. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. As his voice fell, the Piercing Cloud sect master's robe was torn apart. He was self-destructing. Self-destructing? The blood flame sword master sneered. He increased the power of the blood-red sword and struck the piercing cloud sect master's body first. Bang! The power in the latter's body was directly scattered. The piercing cloud sect master also fell to the ground, unable to stand. On the city gate. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he shook his head slightly and walked over. At the same time, the blood flame sword master was about to slash out a third sword to kill the piercing cloud sect master. After today, the piercing cloud sect will be completely destroyed. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen flew over and stood in front of the piercing cloud sect master. Enough! A stern voice quickly spread out. Chapter 30:15. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. When they saw a skinny figure suddenly appear on the cracked ground, their hearts trembled. Fang Chen? Many elders of the Transcendence Cloud sect exclaimed. The disciples who had already retreated to Chuanyun City felt their hearts set off stormy waves. Is he courting death? Fan Hai and the other disciples who had grudges with Fang Chen said coldly. Their eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing this, the master of the Crimson Flame Sword pressed his palm down. A violent sword principle aura descended from the sky. The crimson sword struck down like a thunderbolt. Dong! The space collapsed and the entire ground trembled. A wild wind swept across the entire plain. Fang Chen was in the center of the spatial storm. He stood proudly. Vast sword chi runes appeared around him. The chaotic sword body automatically activated and raised his defense to the highest level. Die! When the crimson sword struck Fang Chen, the master of the Crimson Flame Sword said coldly. Crack! The crimson sword and Fang Chen's body collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Sparks flew. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly turned and formed a huge black hole. It instantly devoured the sword principle power that escaped from the crimson sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson sword bounced off Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen still stood proudly with a look of disdain on his face. How is this possible? The entire Transcendence Cloud sect was in an uproar. They could not imagine that Fang Chen was able to block the attack of the blood-red longsword with his own strength. For a moment, many elders recalled what Fang Chen had said in the Transcendence Cloud Hall. At that time, they thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant and disdained him. Now it seemed that they were too stupid. This, the cloud-piercing sect master, who was not far from Fang Chen, was the most shocked. As the blood-red longsword bombarded him, he clearly saw sword-shaped runes flicker on Fang Chen's body. In an instant, his defense was raised to the highest level. He blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword with pure physical strength. The cloud-piercing sect master's expression changed, and his heart trembled. Voila! The blood-red sword bounced back into the sky and returned to the bloodfire sword owner's hand. The bloodfire sword master glared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. A blood-red sword? Fang Chen shook his head. It's just SOSO. In the sky above Piercing Cloud City, the people of the Piercing Cloud sect watched Fang Chen anxiously. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Humph, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a star Venerable trash. The Blood Flame Sword Master sneered. Is there no one else in the Piercing Cloud sect? How could they let a star Venerable trash come out and embarrass themselves? The trash you called blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. Then what is this blood-red longsword? Is it worse than trash? Fang Chen retorted. He was not afraid of the Bloodfire Sword Master at all. The Bloodfire Sword Master was furious. Humph, you have a glib tongue. You blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword with your physical strength. Do you think you can fight against the Bloodfire Sword sect? Lad, you are too naive. The Bloodfire Sword sect had a rich foundation. It was not something a star Venerable could shake. Fang Chen. The Piercing Cloud sect master called out in a low voice. Fang Chen turned to look at him and said, Piercing Cloud sect master, you go back to Piercing Cloud City first. Leave the matters here to me. After speaking, Fang Chen did not forget to add, I owe Wu Pan a favor. I promised him that I would help the Piercing Cloud sect solve its crisis. The piercing cloud sect master wanted to say something, but he did not in the end. His figure flashed, and he retreated into piercing cloud city. After being attacked repeatedly by the blood-red longsword, he was severely injured and could not fight anymore. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to Fang Chen. He might as well retreat and let Fang Chen have nothing to worry about. Outside piercing cloud city, Fang Chen faced the entire Bloodfire Sword sect alone. The Bloodfire Sword sect is well prepared. If we can't even deal with you, a star Venerable, how can we destroy the piercing cloud sect? The Bloodfire Sword master sneered. Your physical strength is strong, but your cultivation is too weak. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are seeking your own death. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Bloodfire Sword master. With me here, the piercing cloud sect will not be destroyed. Since that is the case, I will show you the power of the Bloodfire Sword sect. As soon as the Bloodfire Sword master finished speaking, a peak star Venerable disciple suddenly jumped out. Sword master, let me deal with this kind of trash. The Bloodfire Sword sect disciple's figure flashed, and he turned into a long sword that pierced through the sky. Fine. Fang Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand, and a powerful sword Wei aura gathered in his palm. He waved his hand, and the extremely violent sword Wei power quickly condensed into an illusory sword light. Poochie. Under his control, the illusory sword light pierced through the chest of the Bloodfire Sword sect disciple without any resistance. Boom. The illusory sword light exploded, and the Bloodfire Sword sect disciple died instantly. Hey! Seeing this, the Bloodfire Sword sect people glared at Fang Chen. The eyes of the piercing cloud sect people lit up. Fang Chen had killed an extreme star venerate cultivator with one hand. It was not hard to imagine that his true combat prowess had already reached the level of a holy venerate. Perhaps the piercing cloud sect can be saved. Some elders prayed in their hearts. The piercing cloud sect master stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes, not saying a word. I said that with me here, the piercing cloud sect will be fine. Fang Chen continued, however, your Bloodflame Sword sect treated my words as air and forcefully attacked. Since that's the case, I'll kill them right here. If one of your Bloodflame Sword sect comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. At this moment, Fang Chen gave off a powerful aura, as if he could hold back 10,000 people by himself. The Bloodfire Sword sect people were all furious, and they fought to be the first to attack. However, they were stopped by the Bloodfire Sword master. Do you want to die so badly? The Bloodfire Sword master looked down at Fang Chen from above. Fang Chen remained silent and closed his eyes. Seeing this, the Bloodfire Sword master was completely enraged. Condense. He raised one hand and shouted. A blood-red longsword quickly condensed. This time, the blood-red longsword was very different from before. Within the blood-red sword chi, there was a purplish-black aura that gave people a feeling of terror. You should be proud to die under my blood-red longsword. The Bloodfire Sword master took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Buzz. The Chaos Sword body was activated, and sword-shaped runes covered Fang Chen. Crack. The master of the Bloodfire Sword held the blood-red longsword in his hand and stabbed it at Fang Chen. Dong. Dong. However, something unexpected happened. The blood-red longsword was so powerful, but it couldn't break through Fang Chen's physical defense. Everyone was shocked. How strong was this guy's physical defense? I don't believe that you can block a few of my attacks. The Bloodfire Sword master went crazy, and he crazily activated the sword to attack Fang Chen. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt Fang Chen at all. He couldn't even make the Chaos Sword body shake. This scene was extremely visually stunning. Not only the piercing cloud sect people, but even the Bloodfire Sword sect disciples were shocked. Die! The Bloodfire Sword master shouted hysterically, and the blood-red long sword attacked with its strongest attack. Crack! The sword stabbed at Fang Chen's head. The sword-shaped runes shone, and it blocked the attack of the blood-red long sword. Have I failed? The heart of the Bloodfire Sword master was filled with rage. Dong. A vast power came from Fang Chen's body, and it sent the Bloodfire Sword master flying. Have you attacked enough? The Bloodfire Sword Master flew out, and he finally stabilized himself. He quickly formed a blood-red long sword and prepared to continue attacking. Right at that moment, Fang Chen finally opened his mouth to speak. He walked towards the Bloodfire Sword Master step by step. Everywhere he passed, the air froze. You have been attacking for so long. Now, it's my turn to attack. Fang Chen grinned and reached out his hand. Damn it. In a hurry, the Bloodfire Sword Master stabbed out with his blood-red long sword. Crash! A huge hand that covered the sky rushed down and attacked the blood-red long sword. Crack! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the large hand uncontrollably gripped the blood-red sword. The entire Chuanyun city was boiling. Holding a blood-red sword with one hand, wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Break! Fang Chen exerted a little force, and the blood-red sword instantly shattered. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3016. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's Master's trump card, which was also the Bloodfire Sword Sect's pride, had been crushed by Fang Chen single-handedly. This scene was extremely exaggerated. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. The blood-red sword is broken. Excited shouts came from Piercing Cloud City. On the other hand, the Bloodfire Sword Sect's people were dead silent. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. They couldn't accept this fact. They knew better than anyone what the shattering of the blood-red sword meant. No, after a short silence, the Bloodfire Sword Sect's master's miserable cry sounded. He shook his head crazily, filled with unwillingness. I will kill you. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's master was in a frenzy. He charged at Fang Chen recklessly, wanting to use his advantage in cultivation to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. He reached out his hand again, and a violent power swept through the land. When the Bloodfire Sword Sect's master charged at him, he suppressed him with a palm. Rumble. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's master struggled crazily. He even wanted to self-destruct, but he couldn't. The strength that Fang Chen displayed was too strong. Even a holy venerate like the Bloodfire Sword Sect's master couldn't reverse the situation. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Fang Chen didn't give the Bloodfire Sword Sect's master a chance. He stomped his foot, and the ground trembled. He slapped at the Bloodfire Sword Sect's master with both hands. Sword chi swept out, and the sky and earth intersected. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's master's body exploded. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced through his primordial spirit. Traces of blood danced in the air. The air was filled with a silent aura, as if it had just experienced an apocalyptic war. It was very frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's master had died. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a star venerate. The Piercing Cloud Sect's master's heart was filled with emotions. He smiled brightly. The Piercing Cloud Sect's crisis had been resolved. Moreover, their greatest enemy, the Bloodfire Sword Sect, would also be disbanded. The master of the Bloodfire Sword is dead, and the Bloodfire Sword Sect no longer exists. If you withdraw from the Bloodfire Sword Sect right now and never become enemies with the Cloud Piercing Sect again, I will let you go. Fang Chen's voice spread outside Chuanyun City. Everyone from the Blood Flame Sword Sect looked at each other. Hesitation, fear, anger, they all had different expressions. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the elders of the Bloodfire Sword Sect took the lead to berate him. Brat, you killed our sect master. Our Bloodfire Sword Sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Even if we are destroyed, we will kill you. That's right. My Bloodflame Sword Sect is full of steel. We will not lower our heads to you. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Numerous roars of rage rang out. The various elders all took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding a terrifying aura. They were already prepared to fight to the death. However, there were still some people who were shaken. Even the Bloodfire Swordmaster is dead. If we continue to stay here, we will simply be courting death. That's right. Back then, I joined the Bloodflame Sword Sect only for the sake of cultivation. Why did you stay when you knew you were going to die? We thank Senior for not killing us. After someone took the lead, Many disciples began to move and quickly fled. Trash. Seeing this, many elders raised their hands and punched out. Immediately, a few disciples who couldn't escape in time were turned into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, most of the disciples had fled. Only a few remained. It seems that you have made your choice, Fang Chen said with a smile. Attack together. Kill him and take revenge for the Sword Master. Under the lead of many elders, the remaining people of the Bloodfire Sword sect launched a final attack on Fang Chen. Die! The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's hand and the invincible sword Dao was instantly displayed. You are all very lucky to see the true sword Dao before you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. With just one sword, all the remaining cultivators of the Bloodfire Sword sect were killed. Not a single one was left. The hearts of everyone from the Chuan Yun sect trembled once more. Too strong. His sword Dao is countless times stronger than the Bloodfire Sword sects. Yeah. No wonder he's so confident. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength when he killed the Sword Master. How strong is his true battle strength? Is he strong enough to challenge the Bloodlord's position? For a moment, everyone whispered to each other. Sword Chi rampaged and blood flowed like a river. This battle shocked the world. Fang Chen had destroyed the Bloodfire Sword sect by himself and resolved the crisis of the Chuan Yun sect. The news of the Bloodfire Sword sect's destruction quickly spread. The 72 cities under the Bloody Battle territory and the various major forces were all curious as to who this guy was. He could actually destroy the Bloodfire Sword sect by himself. Some forces even secretly sent disciples to investigate. Chuan Yun sect, Chuan Yun Hall. The Chuan Yun sect master personally welcomed Fang Chen. When he saw the latter, his face was filled with excitement. Fang Chen had become a legend in the hearts of the Chuan Yun sect's people. They admired him greatly. I didn't expect Lord Fang to be so strong. The Chuan Yun sect master said, on behalf of everyone in the Chuan Yun sect, I thank Lord Fang for helping us. The strong were respected. Fang Chen's strength was completely above the Chuan Yun sect masters, so the latter addressed him as Lord. Fang Chen nodded. I owe Wu Pan a favor. Sect master, you don't have to be so polite. That's always the case. But without Lord Fang, the Chuan Yun sect would no longer exist, the Chuan Yun sect master said with a smile. After this battle, Lord Fang's reputation has spread throughout the 72 cities of the Bloody Battle territory. I believe that it won't be long before there will be forces coming to visit Lord Fang. Bloody Battle territory. Fang Chen had never thought of staying in a mere Chuan Yun sect. He wanted to use Chuan Yun City as a springboard to come into contact with the wider world. Lord Fang, you are the savior of Chuan Yun City. Everyone is very grateful to you. We hope that you can become the Chuan Yun City Lord, the Chuan Yun sect master said slowly. Chuan Yun City Lord? Fang Chen looked at the Chuan Yun sect master in surprise. The position of Chuan Yun City Lord has always been empty. Originally, I planned to wait until the crisis was over before hanging it up. However, Lord Fang's contribution to our Chuan Yun City is too great. We all hope that Lord Fang can become the Chuan Yun City Lord. The Chuan Yun sect master said, of course, Lord Fang doesn't have to worry. After becoming the City Lord, you don't have to do anything. Moreover, with Lord Fang's strength, you can definitely enter the core of the Bloody Battle territory. If you have the identity of the Chuan Yun City Lord, your chances will be even greater. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I agree. Greetings, City Lord. The Chuan Yun sect master was overjoyed. With the latter's strength, he would definitely not stay here. Therefore, he gave the position of Chuan Yun City Lord to Fang Chen. This way, no matter what, Fang Chen would take care of Chuan Yun City in the future. The Chuan Yun sect did not give the Bloodflame Sword sect any chance to breathe. The Chuan Yun sect master personally led the team and charged toward Bloodflame City. They killed all the remaining members of the Bloodflame Sword sect. In just 3 days, Bloodflame City submitted to the Chuan Yun sect. As for Fang Chen, He was naturally supported by everyone as the city lord. Fang Chen, who held the positions of 2 city lords, suddenly became a legendary figure in the entire Bloody Battle territory. Many forces were inquiring about him. And Fang Chen directly became a hands-off boss, handing Bloodflame City over to the Chuanyun sect to manage. In this way, the strength of the Chuanyun sect did not weaken because of the war with the Bloodflame Sword sect. Instead, it increased greatly. These days, the Chuanyun sect master could wake up laughing in his sleep. With the support of the resources of the 2 cities, one could imagine that in the near future, the Chuanyun sect would definitely be able to surpass the other forces and become the #1 force in the Bloody Battle territory. While this news swept through the Bloody Battle territory, another piece of news also reached the ears of the Chuanyun sect master. Cloud-piercing sect master immediately found Fang Chen and informed him of the news. The meeting of the 72 cities? Fang Chen sat calmly on the stone bench and asked. In 3 months, the meeting of the 72 cities will take place. The Chuanyun sect master said, according to the time, there should be another year before it happens. But this time, it has been brought forward. I guess it has something to do with Lord Fang. Lord Fang is the city lord of 2 cities. The news of him killing the Bloodflame Sword sect master with a lift of his hand has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Bloody Battle territory, the Chuanyun sect master said. Interesting. Chapter 30:17. There were a total of 72 cities in the Bloody Battle territory. Basically, the city masters of each city were as strong as the Cloud-piercing sect master and the Bloodfire Sword master. The 72 city masters had always been the same. However, the appearance of Fang Chen had disrupted the situation in the Bloody Battle territory. When the news of him holding 2 city lord positions spread out, it caused a great commotion. Countless cities were investigating what kind of ability this guy had. Or rather, what kind of background did he have that he dared to destroy the Bloodfire Sword sect? Humph, this guy is playing with fire. After all, the Bloodfire Sword sect is a subsidiary force of the Bloody Battle territory. How can he destroy it so casually? It is said that this guy defeated the Bloodfire Sword master in seconds. He is extremely strong and has surpassed many city masters. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. For a time, the 72 cities were in turmoil. Many cities secretly sent martial artists to investigate. Black Corpse City, one of the 72 cities. Countless people's faces changed when they talked about Black Corpse City. It was said that the city master of Black Corpse City had slaughtered millions of human martial artists and absorbed their power to reach his current level. His body was covered with corpse chi, which was very corrosive. Among the 72 city masters, the city master of Black Corpse City was ranked in the top 3. In the Bloody Battle territory, there had always been legends about the city master of Black Corpse City. However, no one had seen him in person. Looking from afar, the city master of Black Corpse City was shrouded in a thick black aura. The city master's mansion. A man with a ferocious face and shrouded in black mist sat in the garden. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a ripple in the darkness. Then, a figure appeared. Have you investigated thoroughly? The city master of Black Corpse City asked in a hoarse voice. It's been investigated. That person is called Fang Chen, and he came from the western region, the figure said in a low voice. It's very likely that he's the one who ruined our Corpse Devil clan's plan. Bang! The city master of Black Corpse City slammed his palm on the stone table. Immediately, the stone table shattered and debris flew everywhere. A trace of anger appeared on his ferocious face. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go. The Black Corpse City master said coldly, that guy ruined my Corpse Demon's plan, causing our years of preparation to go to waste. The higher-ups of the clan are furious and have threatened to kill him. This is our best chance. Sir, are we going to make a move now? The Black Corpse City master waved his hand. His eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, according to the news from Chuanyun City, although this fellow is only a star venerate, his combat prowess is not weaker than a peak holy venerate. If you go, not only will you not be able to kill him, you will also alert him. Are we just going to let him go like this? The Black Corpse City lord smiled sinisterly. There are still 3 months before the meeting of the 72 cities will be held. At that time, I will challenge him in person and take the opportunity to kill him. During this period of time, send people to keep an eye on him. Someone will help us probe his background. The night was as still as water, and the sky was filled with stars. Fang Chen raised his head and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the dark while drinking the soul-tempering wine. As expected of the wine made by the god of wine, Lu Xingxing. It's really amazing. Fang Chen admired Lu Xingxing more and more. After drinking the soul-tempering wine made by the latter for a long time, he could feel that his whole body had improved significantly. Most importantly, he felt that every time he drank the soul-tempering wine, he would have a flash of inspiration in his mind and comprehend something. For example, this time, I have reached a bottleneck in my invincible sword principle cultivation. It will be difficult for me to make a breakthrough in a short time. Fang Chen murmured, unless my cultivation can reach the Holy Venerate realm or the Retribution realm. In fact, for Fang Chen, reaching the Holy Venerate realm was not too difficult. What was really difficult was reaching the Retribution realm. The soul-tempering wine also had a nourishing effect on the primordial spirit. After a long time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had quietly reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, all the geniuses have reached the Emperor realm in their primordial spirits before becoming world gods. Fang Chen said, as for me, although I have reached the peak of the Emperor realm, I can't guarantee that I will reach the Emperor realm. The gap between the Emperor realm primordial spirit and the Emperor realm primordial spirit was too big. When the primordial spirit reached the Emperor realm, one could be called the ancestor of the Soul Tao. There were even some realm lords whose primordial spirits might not reach the Emperor realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to improve the Soul Tao. Fortunately, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He was still young and had plenty of time. After drinking a mouthful of soul-tempering wine, Fang Chen suddenly felt a shock in his mind. Then, he found that the special bloodline in his body was surging. The surging blood made the atmosphere in the entire courtyard extremely oppressive. This is the black hole bloodline evolving. Fang Chen did not expect that the black hole bloodline could evolve. After careful observation, he found that the black hole bloodline contained a strong aura of the soul-tempering wine. So it's because of the soul-tempering wine. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Not long after, the black hole bloodline stopped surging, and his aura returned to normal. So strong. With a little strength, he could feel that the black hole bloodline in his body had improved a lot. If I were to go all out now, there should be no one among the 72 city lords who would be my match. Fang Chen said with a smile. The Emperor Realm primordial spirit, the super defensive chaos sword body, the invincible sword Dao, 2 half-step emperor weapons, the black hole bloodline, and the sealing technique. With all these factors combined, his strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Even among the 72 city lords, no one could make him go all out. The meeting of the 72 cities is an opportunity for me to enter the bloody battle territory. Fang Chen did not hide his ambition. In his heart, the bloody battle territory was just a springboard. His real stage was the Desolation Palace, the Boundless World, and even the entire Eastern region. Of course, the Eastern region was full of experts, and there were countless tribulation supremacies. With his current strength, even if he entered the Desolation Palace, he could not protect himself. The best way was to transition in the bloody battle territory, and then secretly improve his cultivation. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he sensed a faintly discernible aura in the void. Trying to hide in front of me? Fang Chen sneered in his heart and said disdainfully. Then, he turned his hand and slapped out, and a vast palm print directly hit the void. Crack! A crack appeared in the void, and then a violent force spread out, and a figure walked out. Clap clap clap. The person who came was tall and burly, and he clapped his hands at Fang Chen. As expected of the 2 city lords, you do have some strength. Fang Chen glanced at the person and asked coldly, who are you? I'm the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City. I'm here to invite City Lord Fang under the orders of the City Lord. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City smiled and said, Piercing Cloud City and Bloody Flame City are just small places, and they are ranked at the bottom of the 72 cities. With City Lord Fang's strength and potential, there's no need to waste time here. So? Fang Chen asked jokingly. My strange dragon city is ranked 15th among the 72 cities, and there are many experts in the city. If City Lord Fang joins us, you'll definitely be focused on training, and even be able to join the bloody battle territory. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City threw out an olive branch. Oh, only ranked 15th. I thought it was ranked first. Fang Chen's casual attitude infuriated the mysterious Dragon City's Vice City Lord. City Lord Fang, you should know that the strength of Strange Dragon City is more than 10 times stronger than Piercing Cloud City. Sorry, I'm not interested. Fang Chen directly refused, and could not be bothered to talk to him. After being rejected by Fang Chen directly, the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City finally turned hostile. Do you really think that you don't fear anyone after killing the bloody flame sword owner? The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City sneered. If I were you, I'd accept the invitation obediently. Unfortunately, I'm not you. Fang Chen's attitude was very obvious, and there was no room for negotiation. This also made the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City emit a valiant aura, and he was ready to attack. I wanted to invite you with kind words, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City said, Bloody Flame City and Strange Dragon City are allies. By occupying Bloody Flame City without permission, you're provoking Strange Dragon City. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Fang Chen said coldly. You've gone too far. Chapter 30:18. As the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City, his position was much higher than that of the other city masters. However, he was humiliated by Fang Chen, the City Master of Piercing Cloud City. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and approached Fang Chen. I'll give you one last chance. Since the negotiation failed, he shed all pretense of cordiality and threatened Fang Chen with the powerful force of Strange Dragon City. Join my Strange Dragon City. The conditions are still the same. Otherwise, however, before he could finish his words, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a powerful force hit his body. Poochie. His throat moved, and his body flew out with a bang, falling to the ground. The Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chen, using his strongest attack. I've given you a chance. Crash. The sword light flashed, and the Deputy City Master's head rolled to the ground. Then, Fang Chen looked at the rolling head. With a crack, the head exploded, and the primordial spirit dissipated. Whoosh. The air was filled with the power of the battle. The warriors of the major cities who were hiding in the dark were filled with shock. The Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City has been killed. This guy is too strong. He killed the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City in one hit. He's in big trouble. Strange Dragon City is incomparable to Bloody Flame City. The meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months will be his death date. For a moment, the martial artists who came to check on Fang Chen retreated. What a joke. They did not want to provoke Fang Chen. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. When the Strange Dragon Mansion heard the news, they were furious. What? The Deputy City Master is dead. The City Master of Strange Dragon City said coldly with a gloomy face. A mere City Master of Piercing Cloud City dares to provoke my Strange Dragon City. City Lord, should we send someone to kill him? One of the elders asked. No need. I'll kill him myself in the meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months. Fang Chen once again used his valiant actions to tell the world that he was not a pushover. Sure enough, in the following period of time, it became much quieter. No one was spying on him in secret anymore. As for him, he used these 3 months to cultivate without holding back. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The meeting of the 72 cities was the biggest event in the bloody battle territory. It was said that the Bloodlord would personally appear to see if there were any outstanding city lords who were worth nurturing. Lord Fang, it's time for us to move. Cloud-piercing sect master said with a smile. For the past 3 months, he would wake up with joy every day. They were originally the weakest force in the bloody battle territory, but after 3 months of change, they seemed to have been reborn. This made him even more convinced of Fang Chen. Tomorrow is the meeting of the 72 cities. The location is in the blood battle territory. Let's go there today, Cloud-piercing sect master said. Fang Chen nodded. The two of them took the transportation formation and soon arrived at the blood battle territory. As far as the eye could see, the entire land was blood red. Is this the blood battle territory? Fang Chen murmured. He was quite shocked. It is said that countless years ago, the blood battle territory went through a great war. Blood flowed like a river and dyed the entire land red. Since then, the blood battle territory has become like this, Cloud-piercing sect master said. I see. Just as Fang Chen and Cloud-piercing sect master were talking, the transportation formation flashed again and a few figures walked out of it. Isn't this Cloud-piercing sect master? Since when did you become someone's lackey? The leader sneered. Strange Dragon City Lord. Cloud-piercing sect master's face changed drastically as he said in a low voice. Are you the city lords of Cloud-piercing sect and Bloodflame City? Strange Dragon City Lord ignored Cloud-piercing sect master and looked straight at Fang Chen. The latter did not show any fear and nodded gently. Very good. I hope you can remain calm in the meeting. After saying that, the people of Strange Dragon City bypassed Fang Chen and entered the blood battle territory. The Lord of Strange Dragon City is very hostile. Lord Fang, please be careful, Cloud-piercing sect master reminded. No worries. The butler of the blood battle territory personally welcomed the city lords. In just half a day, the people of the 72 cities had all arrived. They were arranged to stay in the reception court. Where is Fang Chen? In a separate courtyard, the Black Corpse City Lord asked. Fang Chen is in courtyard number 70. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the Black Corpse City Lord got up, he heard a commotion. He spread out his divine consciousness and instantly found that the noise came from the entrance of courtyard number 70. Someone actually went to find trouble with him first, the Black Corpse City Lord said with a sinister smile. At this time, a few people had gathered in front of courtyard number 70 and were cursing Fang Chen. You with the surname Fang, get the hell out here. You coward, are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life? Trash like you dares to call yourself the city lord of 2 cities? What a joke. In the midst of countless curses, the door of courtyard number 70 opened and Fang Chen walked out. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked calmly. You are Fang Chen? The burly man in the lead asked. Yes. Very well, the Bloodfire Sword Master is my brother. You know why I'm here. The burly man sneered. Break your arms and destroy your cultivation, then we can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. With just you. Fang Chen's killing intent was aroused. He turned his head and asked, is it allowed to kill in the blood battle territory? Lord Fang, don't be impulsive. They are deliberately provoking you to make you attack. The Cloud Crossing sect master hurriedly ran over. The blood battle territory has strict rules. Without permission, no one is allowed to attack. Once you attack, you will be impeached and punished. Fang Chen nodded and understood the purpose of their visit. Your lives will be left for tomorrow's competition. If there is nothing else, get out. I don't want to see trash like you. Fang Chen's words were very arrogant. Moreover, there was an extremely confident smile on his face. It was as if the people in front of him were just ants and not worthy of his anger. You are courting death. The burly man was infuriated by Fang Chen. He lost his mind and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by his companions. Don't be impulsive. After the burly man calmed down, his forehead was full of sweat. He stared at Fang Chen angrily. Fang, just you wait. I will definitely kill you in tomorrow's competition. After the burly men left, the 70th courtyard quieted down temporarily. Lord Fang, these people are jealous that you are the lord of 2 cities. They are not willing to accept it. They are even jealous. That's why they came to make trouble. The Cloud Crossing sect master said, of course, there are also some cities who are behind this. They want to test your background. There were 72 cities and 72 forces. The structure had not changed for hundreds of years. However, Fang Chen had just arrived, and he had broken the unchanging structure. He was even the lord of 2 cities. This caused many cities to feel dissatisfied, and they did not approve of Fang Chen. A star venerable warrior was the lord of 2 cities. Wasn't this a joke? That was why there were so many people provoking him. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen smiled disdainfully. Tell me about the meeting in detail. The Cloud Crossing sect master nodded. He sat on the stone bench and started to explain. The meeting of 72 cities is the biggest event in the Blood Battle territory. The Blood Lord hosted it personally to select some outstanding city lords and nurture them. A long time ago, there was a genius city lord in the Odd Dragon Mansion who was valued by the then Blood Lord. He became a core member of the Blood Battle territory and used it as a springboard to join the Desolation Palace. The Cloud Crossing sect master said slowly, it is said that this person has become one of the important higher-ups in the boundless world. Oh! No wonder Strange Dragon City's master has the biggest face in the world. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the martial arts exchange between the city lords. Everyone can share their understanding of martial arts and improve each other. The second part is the exchange of pointers. Every city lord can challenge other city lords, and the challenged city lord cannot refuse. Is killing allowed in the exchange of pointers? Fang Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Strictly speaking, it is not allowed. However, it is not unheard of in the past. The Cloud Crossing sect master muttered, as long as your performance is monstrous enough to attract the attention of the Blood Lord, even if you kill someone, no one will pursue it. Fang Chen understood. In the end, it was still strength that spoke. Only the strong could get good treatment. The weak would be suppressed by everyone. Chapter 30:19. The strong would be respected, and the weak would be mocked. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to do as he pleased. Fang Chen gradually understood some of the details of the meeting between the 72 cities from the cloud-piercing sect master. He also had some clues in his heart. In short, there will be many people targeting you in tomorrow's meeting. Don't be angered unless you have no other choice, the cloud-piercing sect master warned. Don't worry. I know what to do. The next day, the sun just passed the horizon. The entire Blood Battle domain started to bustle. People came and went in an endless stream. The meeting square was packed with people. The 72 city masters entered one after another. Is that guy the masters of Bloodflame City and Cloud-Piercing Sect? Humph, he's just a star venerable. How can he be so arrogant? Don't underestimate him. Being able to kill the Bloodflame Sword Master in an instant is enough to prove his strength. I'll definitely embarrass him during the exchange of pointers. As soon as Fang Chen entered the meeting square, countless discussions could be heard. Many of the city lords whispered to each other, their eyes flashing with disdain. The Black Corpse City Master stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. A shocking murderous intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. City Master Fang, I'm the City Master of Ox City. I've long heard that you're extraordinary. Now that I've met you, you really live up to your reputation. A short and fat man walked up to Fang Chen and took the initiative to greet him. Fang Chen nodded at him. Ox City and Cloud-Piercing Sect were relatively friendly. It could be seen that the City Master of Ox City was sincere in greeting Fang Chen and was not pretending. City Master Fang. Along the way, many City Masters greeted Fang Chen. The Lord is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to the feudal lord. In front of the meeting square's main platform, a hunchbacked old man in a blood-red robe suddenly appeared. His wrinkled face gave people an incomparably old feeling. From the outside, this person's chi and blood were dry and his body was weak. He looked like a sick old man who had been ravaged by time. However, no one dared to mock this old man because he was the Blood Lord. He was the Blood Lord, one of the 5 suzerains under the Desolation Palace. Bloodlord's cultivation had reached the junior tribulation supremacy realm. Even in the desolate palace, he was considered one of the top experts. After his scarlet eyes swept across the 72 city lords, he waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. The 72 city lords took their seats one after another. At this moment, the Bloodlord said, "I believe everyone knows about the meeting, so I won't say much. The reason why I brought forward the meeting this time is to select talents for the desolate palace." There was something else that the Bloodlord didn't say. Part of the reason was because of Fang Chen, the city lord of the two cities. What? Selecting talents for the desolate palace? That's great. This time, I must stand out and make the Lord value me. Ha ha ha, my chance has come. If I can join the desolate palace, even if I am a warrior at the lowest level, I will be able to obtain many cultivation resources. When everyone heard the 3 words desolate palace, they instantly became excited. Only the Black Corpse city lord remained calm. He kept sizing up Fang Chen from the corner of his eye. The desolate palace? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Bloodlord. He could feel that there seemed to be a powerful aura looming on the latter's body. Why do I feel that his qi and blood are real? Fang Chen was very puzzled. The contrast between the powerful aura and the dry qi and blood made Fang Chen a little confused for a moment. Forget it, let's not think about this. Fang Chen shook his head and gave up on the thought in his mind. After all, the Bloodlord was a junior tribulation supremacy and was very powerful. Even though Fang Chen had seen many junior tribulation supremacies and even warriors stronger than them, he still didn't think that Fang Chen was strong enough. He didn't think that he could compare to a junior tribulation supremacy. The meeting begins. As the Bloodlord's voice fell, the 72 city lords looked at each other. After a short silence, the strange dragon city lord spoke first. Since no one wants to be the first to speak, let me be the one to embarrass myself. The strange dragon city lord spoke frankly and confidently, sharing his understanding of martial arts. Gradually, more and more city lords joined in the exchange and shared their experiences. Fang Chen sat in the corner and listened quietly. The biggest difference between swordsmanship is that it requires a tenacious and indomitable heart. Of course, this alone is not enough. It requires extremely high talent. It's best to have a strong swordsmanship physique. The Sword City Lord's words attracted Fang Chen's attention. The Bloodfire Sword Master was a swordsman, but his understanding of swordsmanship was so poor that he was killed by a star Venerable. This is the tragedy of swordsmanship. The Sword City Lord continued, "The Scarlet Sword principle that I cultivate requires the support of a soft and gentle force." Originally, Fang Chen didn't intend to express his opinion, but after listening to the Sword City Lord's words, he frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. The Sword City Lord had intentionally or unintentionally shifted the topic to him and ridiculed him by belittling the Bloodfire Sword Master. Swordsmanship is different. Fang Chen thought that his swordsmanship was very different from the Sword City Lord's. Whoosh! Fang Chen stood up and retorted in front of everyone, "You said that I couldn't be bothered to interfere with your sword Dao comprehension. However, you used your ignorance to show off and kept mocking me. This has something to do with me." Boom! The Sword City Lord's face was gloomy as he looked at Fang Chen angrily. "What's wrong, Lord Fang? Did I say something wrong?" The Sword City Lord spread his hands. "Aren't you a swordsman? If you have the ability, tell us about your understanding of swordsmanship. Someone like you is qualified to be on equal footing with us." Ridiculous. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you killed the Bloodfire Sword Master? As soon as Fang Chen spoke, the Sword City Lord directly scolded him. On the rostrum, the Bloody Battle Overlord narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. "You keep saying that you are a swordsman, but in my opinion, you are not qualified to be called a swordsman at all," Fang Chen said. "Boy, you are too arrogant. This is Blood Battle territory, not Chuanyun City. You can't mess around here." The other city lords, led by the strange dragon city lord, had been dissatisfied with Fang Chen for a long time. At this moment, they seized the opportunity to humiliate him. The Sword City Lord's attainment in swordsmanship is recognized as the strongest among the 72 city lords. "You are just a boy, But you are openly insulting him. What are you up to? If you can't give a satisfactory reason today, I will wring your head off." The other city lords were watching the show. Fang Chen looked around at the crowd and nodded slowly. "You have been emphasizing that swordsmanship needs to be soft, which is what you said about conquering strength with softness. The reason why the Bloodfire Sword Master died was because he deviated from swordsmanship, right?" The Sword City Lord nodded. "It's not bad that you know this. There is still hope. However, in my opinion, your point of view is very wrong." Fang Chen sneered. "Swordsmanship is the way of masculinity. It uses absolute strength to crush the opponent, not conquering strength with softness as you said. Nonsense." Before Fang Chen finished, the Sword City Lord directly scolded him. "Who do you think you are to be qualified to teach me? Ha ha. Are you angry from embarrassment?" Fang Chen sneered and took a step forward. "If you are not convinced, I will fight with you. Let's see if your method of conquering strength with softness or my absolute strength is more powerful." In the face of Fang Chen's provocation, the Sword City Lord was very angry. However, he was still a little afraid of Bloodlord and turned to look at him. "It's fine. I am also very curious about the Cloud City Lord." "You two can compete here," Bloodlord said. "My lord, although it's just a sparring session, the City Lord of Sword City is too weak. If I accidentally kill him, I wonder if I will be punished." Crash. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? Who did he think he was? However, to everyone's surprise, Bloodlord didn't care and directly nodded. "It is inevitable that there will be mistakes in a competition. It is normal to have casualties." Hearing this, the Sword City Lord sneered with killing intent. "Boy, you are dead." The Sword City Lord exuded a powerful swordsmanship power and rushed toward Fang Chen. Swoosh. He raised his finger and pointed. Fang Chen attacked at lightning speed. The entire process was completed in a single breath, almost in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Puff. The Sword City Lord's body fell to the ground and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Chapter 30:20. Everyone's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Although the Bloodlord had spoken, how much courage did it take to kill the Sword City Governor in front of everyone? The entire meeting square was in an uproar. Many of the city governors had complicated expressions on their faces. Some people were trembling. Why was Fang Chen so strong? Some people sneered. Killing the Sword City Governor in front of the Bloodlord, he was dead meat. On the rostrum, the Bloodlord was also a little stunned. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind, giving people an incomparably heavy feeling. Sword sparring contest. The Bloodlord's dark eyes sized up Fang Chen. After a long while, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. "Fang Chen, what do you mean by this?" The first to jump out was naturally the strange Dragon City Governor. He directly launched an attack, pushing Fang Chen to the opposite side of everyone. "We 72 city governors are all elites under the Bloodlord. This meeting is mainly to exchange pointers, but you took the opportunity to kill the Sword City Governor. What are your intentions? I am extremely suspicious that you are a spy from other forces who have infiltrated our blood battle territory." As soon as this statement came out, many city governors echoed. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in the Black Corpse city governor's eyes. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. He couldn't wait to kill him. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, without a trace of worry on his face. His pitch-black eyes calmly stared at the Lord of Bloody Battle as he slowly said, "My lord, I have different sword principles from the City Lord of Sword City, but he humiliated me with this and threatened to kill me. With your consent, we had a sparring contest, but I didn't expect the Sword City Governor to be so weak that he couldn't even withstand one of my moves." Hearing Fang Chen's words, many city governors were stunned and couldn't help but complain. "This guy is too shameless, isn't he? He was the one who wanted to kill Sword City's City Lord, but in his words, Sword City's City Lord was too weak and couldn't even block one of his attacks." "You're full of nonsense." The strange Dragon City Master rebuked, "Do you think our lord is blind?" "What? Strange Dragon City Master also wants to challenge me?" Fang Chen sneered, not backing down at all. Enough. Blood Lord said solemnly, the death of Sword City's city lord is entirely his own fault. My blood battle region has provided the 72 cities with countless resources for your cultivation, yet the city lord of Sword City was unable to withstand a single blow from city lord Fang. His death is not regrettable. My blood battle territory needs elites. The Blood Lord's words immediately silenced the many city lords. At the same time, they were very jealous. They didn't expect that even the Blood Lord would speak up for Fang Chen. Since something like this has happened, let's bring forward the second round of the meeting. Blood Lord muttered, let's stop when it's time to exchange pointers. However, swords and spears have no eyes. If you feel that you're no match for me, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll have to bear all the consequences. Blood Lord's words were very clear. If one's strength was too weak, death was not regrettable. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, especially those city lords who had grudges with Fang Chen. Their hearts were filled with killing intent. I'm here to challenge City Lord Fang. A man in armor jumped out. He held a long sword in his hand and said coldly. Fang Chen knew that the city this man was from was much stronger than Chuanyun City, but it couldn't be compared with Strange Dragon City. The Strange Dragon City Lord looked at him sarcastically. It seemed that this guy was being treated as cannon fodder. Idiot. Fang Chen sneered, being treated as cannon fodder and you're still so happy? What's the point of living? You're courting death. The armored man roared, and the long sword in his hand spun violently. In an instant, countless sword chi swept across the void. Die. The armored man's figure flickered, drifting around Fang Chen. He knew that Fang Chen's defense was strong, so he didn't dare to face him head-on. Is that all you've got? Fang Chen looked at the armored man's attack calmly and sneered. In the next moment, he attacked. Whoosh. He raised his palm and stretched out his finger. A powerful force accumulated on his index finger. Knowing that I'm good at sword Dao, you still want to compete with me? As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely vast ray of finger light instantly shot out. In that finger radiance, there was a sharp and overbearing sword chi. Hiss. The finger radiance pierced through the void and quickly came to the armored man's side. Not good. The armored man's long sword was pierced through by the finger radiance, and he felt danger approaching. At this moment, the armored man couldn't care less. He opened his mouth and wanted to admit defeat. Whoosh. The finger radiance flickered and pierced through his head. He would never have the chance to say the last sentence. Dong. The armored man died. In the meeting square, there was dead silence. Everyone stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Killing one person with one finger, and 2 consecutive fingers killed 2 city lords. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Most importantly, this person's cultivation was only at the Star Venerable realm. All the city lords present were at the Saint Venerable realm. However, at this moment, there was a trace of fear in their hearts. Fang Chen, how dare you? The Strange Dragon City Lord was furious. He walked out directly, pointed at Fang Chen's nose and scolded, the armored city lord has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? Strange Dragon City Lord, did you hear him admit defeat? Or did you all hear it? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. You. Just now, he was about to admit defeat. Yet, you took the opportunity to kill him. You have the ambition of a wolf. Do you want to slaughter all the city lords? The Strange Dragon City's city lord roared furiously. However, none of the city lords dared to stand out and say anything. The strength that Fang Chen had shown was too strong. In everyone's opinion, only the city lords ranked in the top 10 could fight with him. As for the other city lords, they could only be killed in seconds. Blood Lord did not say anything. He just watched everything quietly. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as the Strange Dragon City Lord. Fang Chen sneered, I'm really curious. With the Strange Dragon City Lord's character, how could he cultivate to such a level? He's a disgrace to us warriors. After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand and said, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. How about it? Strange Dragon City Lord, do you dare to come up and fight with me? Everyone's eyes fell on the strange Dragon City Lord. Fang Chen had killed 2 city lords in a row. The strength that he had shown had already surpassed that of an ordinary city lord. Everyone was curious. Would the strange Dragon City Lord, who was ranked in the top 10, be able to defeat Fang Chen or even kill him? For a moment, everyone was waiting for the strange Dragon City Lord's reply. The strange Dragon City Lord's face was gloomy. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Why? Haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'll give you a chance now, Fang Chen said. Do you think that you can be arrogant after killing 2 city lords? The strange Dragon City Lord sneered. Since you want to think, I'll fulfill your wish. Sure enough, the strange Dragon City Lord was enraged. He jumped onto the martial arts ring and confronted Fang Chen. Boy, I'll let you know the real gap between the Star Venerable realm and the Holy Venerable realm. I hope you won't despair by then, the strange Dragon City Lord said eerily. I'll wait and see. At this moment, Fang Chen showed great confidence. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not take the strange Dragon City Lord seriously at all. The Black Corpse City Lord's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as he thought. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. He raised his head and saw Protector Chiu, who was beside the Blood Lord. Protector Chiu rolled his eyes and had a short conversation with the Black Corpse City Lord. The Black Corpse City Lord nodded. Don't worry, he won't live past today. Protector Chiu nodded and continued to watch the competition attentively. Perhaps even the Blood Lord did not know that his blood battle territory had been infiltrated by the Corpse Demon. His most trusted Protector Chiu had also been controlled by the Corpse Demon. On the martial arts ring, the battle was about to start. Many people were discussing who would win this battle. The strange Dragon City Lord was a veteran expert, while Fang Chen was a rising star. Both of them had their own strengths, so no one dared to make a judgment now. However, everyone knew that no matter who won this battle in the end, the other party would die. Because this was a battle of life and death. The strange Dragon City Lord is a veteran expert after all. He has a deep foundation and many tricks. I believe in him. This was what most people thought. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3021. The strange Dragon City Lord was famous for his unique skill, the Strange Dragon Lock. It was said that once the Strange Dragon Lock was released, it would be stained with blood. Otherwise, it would not stop. Moreover, it was difficult for martial artists who were locked by the Strange Dragon Lock to escape. It was said that the Strange Dragon City Lord had once trapped a junior Tribulation Lord with the Strange Dragon Lock. Of course, this was just a legend, and no one had verified it. However, what was certain was that even the Blood Lord was somewhat afraid of the Strange Dragon Lock. Some people even secretly spread the news that the Strange Dragon City Lord had been planning how to overthrow the Blood Lord and replace him. At this moment, the Strange Dragon City Lord looked at Fang Chen sarcastically. In his opinion, there was no need to use the Strange Dragon Lock to deal with Fang Chen. One move is enough to kill you. The Strange Dragon City Lord said and stomped his foot, causing the entire martial arts arena to tremble. A scorching aura gushed out from his body. He raised his palm and waved it. Immediately, a vast amount of energy was absorbed into his palm. In an instant, a terrifying vortex appeared in the center of his palm. Within the vortex, there seemed to be an aura that made people tremble in fear. Dong! The bell and drum sounded together, and the whole world was covered in blood. The strange Dragon City Lord leaped and stepped on the air. Behind him, the blood-red sky reflected his incomparably powerful aura. He walked over step by step, and the void trembled with every step he took. The strange Dragon City Lord has shown his power. Everyone shook their heads. The strength that the strange Dragon City Lord had shown had surpassed most of the city lords. His attack power was so powerful that even the Black Corpse City Lord and the others might not be able to suppress him. It's over. It's a pity that such a stunning city lord has fallen. What's the use of being talented? If he doesn't know how to be flexible, even if he doesn't die this time, he will definitely die in the future. Everyone whispered, as if Fang Chen's end was already decided. Kill. When the strange Dragon City Lord came in front of Fang Chen, he roared. The blood-red power spread out like thousands of galloping horses. He suddenly clenched his fist. The terrifying vortex in his palm instantly enveloped his entire fist. The moment the blood-red aura that filled the sky converged on his fist, his attack whistled out. Thousands of fist shadows flickered in the void and enveloped Fang Chen completely in an instant. Among these fist shadows, there was an incomparably shocking fist that blasted towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. Dong! When the fist landed on Fang Chen's body, the corners of the strange Dragon City's city master's mouth curled up as a mocking expression appeared on his face. Trash! The strange Dragon City master said disdainfully. He could feel an endless amount of power rushing into Fang Chen's body, destroying his internal organs. Needless to say, his body and soul would be destroyed. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the mind of the strange Dragon City master. Immediately after, the strange Dragon City master felt his primordial spirit shake and a sharp pain came from his mind. He subconsciously cried out as his body swayed. At the same time, he felt a powerful force rushing towards his fist, sending his body flying. Dong! Among the thousands of fist shadows, a figure was sent flying. Everyone thought it was Fang Chen, but when they took a closer look, they were instantly stunned. The strange Dragon City master? He was actually sent flying by Fang Chen? How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The city lords immediately rose to their feet. Their hearts were filled with great shock. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The vast fist shadows gradually dissipated, and a figure wrapped in sword-shaped runes stood on the martial arts arena. It's Fang Chen. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone looked over, and it was visually stunning. Sword-shaped runes, this person has a special constitution of swordsmanship. He's too strong, such a special constitution of swordsmanship has an unimaginably strong defense. He withstood the attack of the strange Dragon City master with just his physical defense. Isn't this too exaggerated? It was not until this moment that those city masters who were not optimistic about Fang Chen realized how stupid their previous thoughts were. They finally understood why Fang Chen dared to be so arrogant in the blood battle territory. It turned out that he had the capital to be arrogant. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes quickly submerged into his body, and Fang Chen regained his calmness. If you only have this strength, I can only regretfully say that you are too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. Crash! The strange Dragon City master suddenly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chen. Boy, don't be arrogant. I admit that your defense is indeed strong, but you want to make me, the strange Dragon City master, admit defeat with just your defense. Impossible. In fact, in the strange Dragon City master's opinion, he had suffered a loss because of his carelessness. Taking advantage of his complacency, Fang Chen used a soul attack to disturb his primordial spirit, and then took the opportunity to use his swordsmanship constitution to rebound his attack. It had to be said that this guy was very scheming. It was rare to be able to maintain such a calm mind at such a critical moment. If he were not an enemy, the strange Dragon City master would have wanted to befriend him. Unfortunately, when the latter killed the deputy city master of Strange Dragon City, he was already irreconcilable with him. Having suffered a loss once, the strange Dragon City master no longer held back and directly used the strange dragon lock. Crash! His hands were constantly forming seals, and at the same time, iron chains appeared in the sky. These iron chains exuded a vast pressure that was extremely powerful. In a flash, thousands of iron chains appeared in the sky and sealed the entire martial arts arena. A seal. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, and he said disdainfully, "The thing I am least afraid of is a seal." Strictly speaking, the strange dragon lock also used thousands of iron chains to seal the space. In fact, this was just an expression of a seal. If it were other city masters, they would definitely not be able to break the strange dragon lock. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chen. Crash! In the sky, thousands of iron chains made clanking sounds. When the seal was formed, the entire martial arts arena was completely shrouded. Everyone could feel that they could not detect the situation inside the martial arts arena. Is this the strange dragon lock? It really lives up to its reputation. I have long heard that the strange Dragon City Master's strange dragon lock is powerful. Seeing it today is really an eye-opener. Many city masters who had not seen the strange Dragon City Master use the strange dragon lock were extremely shocked. On the rostrum, Bloodlord narrowed his eyes and thought quickly. You should be proud to die under my mystical dragon lock. After the strange dragon lock completely sealed the martial arts arena, the strange Dragon City Master walked into the seal step by step. He looked at Fang Chen sarcastically, slowly raised his palm, and slammed it toward the latter's head. Crack! However, just as his palm was about to touch Fang Chen, he suddenly felt a powerful force blocking him. Then, he saw an unexpected scene. Fang Chen's palm had blocked his palm. Furthermore, he was looking at him with a beaming smile. How is this possible? No one knew the seal of the strange dragon lock better than the strange Dragon City Master. Once bound, the enemy would be unable to move and would be at his mercy. However, he could not understand how Fang Chen could move. It must be his sword Dao physique. The strange Dragon City Master quickly thought, however, no matter how strong the sword Dao physique is, it is impossible to completely resist the power of the strange dragon lock. He can only move his body for a short time. Thinking of this, the strange Dragon City Master breathed a sigh of relief. Die! He continued to increase his strength and attacked Fang Chen. Bang! The two fists collided, and the strange Dragon City Master's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, his face became gloomy. At this time, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and walked toward the strange Dragon City Master step by step. I said that I am not afraid of the seal, but you are stupid enough to use the seal against me. Fang Chen sneered and immediately waved the hidden star sword. A sword light flashed out. The strange Dragon City Master suddenly felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously hugged his neck. Suddenly, his hand was covered with blood. His pupils shrank and his heart was filled with horror. No, how is this possible? However, it was too late. How could he compare to the power of the invincible sword Dao? Bang! The strange Dragon City Master's head fell to the ground and lost his vitality. Until his death, he did not know how Fang Chen broke the strange dragon lock that he was so proud of. Unfortunately, he would never know. Break! After killing the strange Dragon City Master, Fang Chen grabbed the void and the strange dragon lock instantly collapsed. Chapter 30:22. Tens of thousands of chains were intertwined in the air. Every chain seemed to be independent, but in fact, they were closely related to the other chains. As long as one chain was under heavy pressure, the other chains would frantically come to its rescue. This was the mystery of the strange dragon lock. It was simply a joke for an ordinary person to use absolute strength to break the strange dragon lock. The wondrous dragon lock that caused countless people to tremble in fear could not even withstand a single blow from Fang Chen. Crash! Tens of thousands of chains suddenly collapsed and turned into nothingness. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What's going on? Why did the strange dragon lock collapse? Could it be that the strange Dragon City Master has already dealt with Fang Chen? No, the strange dragon lock seems to have been hit by a strong force. Could it be? Thinking of this, everyone's face suddenly changed. Their hearts raced as they were unwilling to accept the reality in front of them. However, when the tens of thousands of chains completely dissipated, they were completely numb. An imposing figure was standing on the martial arts stage. Beneath his feet was the corpse of the strange Dragon City's city master, which was lying quietly. The strange Dragon City Master is dead. Someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, countless people woke up from the shock and were dumbfounded. Oh my God, the strange dragon lock was broken? How is this possible? Too strong. His strength has already reached such a level. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock as they exclaimed one after another. On the rostrum, Bloodlord stood up suddenly. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen and he was speechless for a long time. His heart was in turmoil. Even he was unwilling to fight against the strange dragon lock. One could imagine how strong the strange dragon lock was. However, it was now shattered by a star venerate martial artist. It was simply a miracle. At this moment, Bloodlord's heart was boiling and a scorching look appeared on his face. The death of the strange dragon city master had completely shocked everyone. Those city masters who were clamoring to teach Fang Chen a lesson lowered their heads and shivered. They were afraid of being challenged by Fang Chen. This battle shocked the world. One could imagine that after today, Fang Chen's name would resound throughout the entire bloody battle territory. Who else wants to challenge me? Fang Chen's voice spread out. Many city lords curled their lips. Even the top 3 city lords shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Even the mystical dragon city's city master was killed after using the mystical dragon lock. They were not willing to provoke such trouble. Looking around, Fang Chen saw that no one was willing to step forward. Fang Chen walked down the stage. The originally lively meeting had become dull under Fang Chen's strength. In the following period of time, no one was in the mood to continue fighting. Almost no one stepped forward to exchange pointers. The meeting ended in a hurry. Many city lords came to greet Fang Chen, wanting to befriend him. City Lord Fang, the Overlord invites you in. The steward of the bloody battle estate walked over to Fang Chen and whispered to him. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly bid farewell to Fang Chen. In an elegant courtyard, the Bloodlord was leaning on a reclining chair. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came. The steward brought Fang Chen in. You can leave first. The Bloodlord waved his hand and said without turning his head. Yes. The steward nodded and quickly left the courtyard. Fang Chen of Chuan Yun City greets the Overlord. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. The Bloodlord raised his head and looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. Sit. Fang Chen sat opposite the Bloodlord. The latter said, I have investigated your background. The teleportation formation you took failed, causing you to fall outside Chuan Yun City. Fang Chen was not surprised at all. It would be strange if the Bloodlord did not know about what happened in the 72 cities. Before this, I thought you were just a little stronger. The Bloodlord continued, you occupied 2 cities by yourself. Originally, I was not very satisfied. However, after seeing your performance this time, I feel that the 2 city lords have wronged you. Sir Lord, you flatter me, Fang Chen said humbly. Ever since Fang Chen killed the strange dragon city lord, the Bloodlord looked at him differently and valued him very much. Don't be humble. Your potential is the strongest I have seen in my endless years of cultivation. You killed the strange dragon city lord with your star Venerable cultivation. If you go all out, you can probably defeat all holy Venerables. Fang Chen shook his head and grinned, but did not say anything. He knew that the Bloodlord must have something to say to him. As expected, the Bloodlord went straight to the point after a few words of praise. Fang Chen, are you willing to come to my blood battle territory? The Bloodlord said seriously, with your strength, you are fully qualified to be the protector of the blood battle territory. The protectors of the Bloodbath territory were second only to the Bloodbath territorial lord. Hearing that, Fang Chen's expression changed. He knew that the protector position of the blood battle territory was not vacant. What did the Bloodlord mean? Could it be that he was testing him? Fang Chen stared at the Bloodlord and did not say anything. I value you very much. If you join the blood battle territory, I promise to use all my resources to train you, and even send you to the Desolation Palace or even the Boundless World, the Bloodlord said. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it, Fang Chen said slowly after pondering for a moment. The Bloodlord nodded, looks like you are a smart person. Then, I will not beat around the bush. You are new here and do not understand the situation of the blood battle territory. Over the years, the blood battle territory has gradually risen under my leadership. However, because it rose too quickly, it planted hidden dangers. While Fang Chen and the Bloodlord were having a secret conversation, in a hidden place in the blood battle territory, the corpse demon experts were also having a meeting. One of them was the protector of the blood battle territory, and the other was the Black Corpse City Master. Lord Protector, as you can see, Fang Chen's strength has surpassed mine by a lot. He was able to break the strange dragon lock with his own strength. I think he obtained that item in the ancient Saint Chaos, the Black Corpse City Master said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Originally, he planned to kill Fang Chen in this meeting. However, The strength that Fang Chen displayed was completely beyond his imagination. How long has it been? This boy has already reached such an incredible level. If we let him continue, he will inevitably threaten our lives and even destroy everything that I, the corpse demon, have painstakingly worked for countless years. The Black Corpse City Master's intention was very simple. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. You mean, you want me to do it? The Protector said coldly. Right now, among the many clansmen hidden in the Blood Battle territory, only Lord Protector can suppress Fang Chen, the Black Corpse City Master said. Well, you go back first. This is the Blood Battle territory. It's not good to be seen by others. I will deal with this matter. After saying that, the Protector's figure disappeared. Although the meeting had ended, the rumors about Fang Chen were still abuzz. Killing the strange Dragon City's city lord with a snap of his fingers. This shocking news was like a tornado that swiftly swept across the place. Countless martial artists were shaken by this. However, just 3 days later, another even more shocking news came out. Fang Chen publicly challenged the Protector. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The 72 city masters knew what Fang Chen's intention was. He wanted to replace the Protector. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Does he think that by killing the strange Dragon City Master, he can shake the Protector's position? Is this guy crazy? The Protector is an expert second only to the Bloodlord. How dare he publicly challenge him? I've already said that too much is easy to break. Let's see how he will end this time. Soon, some comments that did not support Fang Chen spread. Many city masters were waiting for the battle to come with the idea of watching a good show. Chuanyun City. After the news spread to the Chuanyun sect, everyone was very worried. Only the Chuanyun sect master was full of confidence. Lord Fang's strength is obvious to all. In this meeting, he broke the strange dragon lock and killed the strange Dragon City Master. This strength alone is enough to shock people. The Chuanyun sect master said, "We want Lord Fang to have confidence." Although the outside world thinks that Lord Fang is not enough to challenge the Protector, the Chuanyun sect unconditionally supports Lord Fang. Many disciples had mixed feelings. Especially Fan Hai and the others, their faces were full of bitter smiles. Back then, they were still stupid enough to provoke Fang Chen. They never thought that he would dare to openly challenge the Protector. This was the gap between them. Chapter 30:23. The night was as still as water, and the stars twinkled. Outside Piercing Cloud City, it was pitch black. The entire land seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The quiet street was extremely empty, and there was no one in sight. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. In the elegant and simple study, sandalwood burned, and wisps of smoke swirled continuously before finally dissipating. Lord Fang, do you really want to challenge the Protector? Although he publicly supported Fang Chen and trusted Fang Chen very much, the person he challenged was the Protector, an expert second only to the Bloodlord. Thus, Piercing Cloud Sect Master was still a little worried. After the meeting of the 72 cities, Fang Chen had won over many city lords with his strong performance. Now, Piercing Cloud City's status was rising steadily. There were even rumors that when the ranking of the 72 cities in the Blood Battle territory was updated, Piercing Cloud City and Bloodfire City would definitely both enter the top 10. For Piercing Cloud Sect Master, this was simply a dream. Back then, Piercing Cloud City could only be ranked last among the 72 cities. Any city could bully them at will. Now, it was different. Fang Chen was too strong. He killed a city lord with a flick of his finger. He even killed the strange Dragon City Lord, shocking the entire Blood Battle territory. And now, he even threatened to challenge the Protector. No matter what the result was, just this courage alone was worthy of admiration. A few days after the meeting, many city lords came to visit Piercing Cloud Sect Master. They wanted to use Piercing Cloud Sect as a breakthrough point to establish a friendly relationship with Fang Chen. Fang Chen was silent and did not speak. Instead, he focused on the book in his hand. This book was a detailed introduction of the entire Blood Battle territory. Fang Chen enunciated every word as he seriously observed. Seeing this, Piercing Cloud Sect Master did not ask anymore and waited patiently. After a long time, Fang Chen closed the book. The Protector's strength is only at the limit of the Holy Venerate realm. Fang Chen said with a grin. As long as he had not stepped into the Tribulation Venerate realm, he was confident that he could defeat the Protector. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Once he used it, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he faced a Tribulation supremacy. Most importantly, he had reached a secret agreement with the Bloodlord. Taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the Enforcer was the most important thing. Since Lord Fang is so confident, then my Transcendence Cloud Sect will definitely give you our full support. If Lord Fang has any needs, feel free to ask. Cloud Piercing Sect Master nodded heavily. For Piercing Cloud Sect to have its current achievements, it was all thanks to Fang Chen. Therefore, Cloud Piercing Sect Master didn't even think about it and mindlessly stood on Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Nothing for the time being. Inform me when you accept my challenge." "Yes." Just as Cloud Piercing Sect Master was about to leave, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "That's right, if there's no response within 3 days, spread the news that the Protector is too timid to accept my challenge. As for the specific operation, I believe you should know. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. That's basically it. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me." Fang Chen said, "By the way, how is Wu Pan now?" Speaking of Wu Pan, Cloud Piercing Sect Master's face was filled with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the disciple who wasn't valued by the sect back then would make the sect prosper to such an extent? If not for Wu Pan, Piercing Cloud Sect would have been destroyed long ago, right? Wu Pan's potential is not bad. His cultivation progress is very fast. All the resources of Piercing Cloud Sect are concentrated on him. I believe it won't be long before he can step into the Holy Venerate realm. Cloud Piercing Sect Master said, "Moreover, after our discussion, we have decided to appoint Wu Pan as the next Sect Master of Piercing Cloud Sect. When he steps into the Holy Venerate realm, he will inherit the position of Sect Master." Fang Chen nodded. All of this was within his expectations. He owed Wu Pan a favor, which was why he helped Piercing Cloud Sect. The Piercing Cloud Sect would definitely remember all of this on Wu Pan. Wu Pan's days would probably be better in the future. Furthermore, Piercing Cloud Sect is currently expanding. They have established a branch in Bloodflame City. Wu Pan is training in Bloodflame City as the branch master, Piercing Cloud Sect Master said with a grin. When Piercing Cloud Sect Master saw Fang Chen's expression, he knew that Piercing Cloud Sect's actions were right. After obtaining Fang Chen's recognition, would Piercing Cloud Sect still have to worry about not being able to develop in the future? In the Protector's residence in the Bloody Battle Domain, bang! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a furious roar. In the courtyard, many servants stood there quietly, trembling in fear. The Protector was currently in a rage. They did not dare to go in and cause trouble for fear of being punished by the Protector. "Damnable fellow!" The Protector's furious voice came from the room. "After killing Strange Dragon City's City Lord, you dare to challenge me? You really don't know how the word death is written." After venting his anger, the Protector walked out of the room. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a cold aura. His dark eyes swept over everyone, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Who does Fang Chen think he is? He is just a city lord of 2 cities. What qualifications does he have to challenge me? That's right. The Protector is an existence above everyone else in the Bloody Battle Domain. What qualifications does a mere city lord have to challenge the Protector?" The servants were also echoing. "Spread the news that Fang Chen is not qualified to challenge me. If he wants to continue living in the Bloody Battle Domain, he should obediently come to the Protector's residence and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, I will let him die without a burial place. Yes, Protector." Soon after, the Protector's words swept across the entire Bloody Battle Domain like a kite. After hearing this, many city lords knew that the Protector was really enraged this time. Fang Chen's choice was too unwise. He had just obtained the recognition of the Bloody Battle Domain's higher-ups, and he dared to be so arrogant. Everyone was secretly observing whether Fang Chen would go to the Protector's residence and ask for forgiveness. Lord's residence. Lord, it's exactly as you predicted. The butler hurried over and whispered. The Blood Lord was very calm, as if everything was under control. Okay, I know. You may leave. The butler nodded and turned to leave. The Blood Lord looked up at the void and smiled eerily. I believe that you will have a way. As soon as the news of the Protector's residence spread, the entire Bloody Battle domain was discussing this matter. Some people were scolding Fang Chen, while others thought that the Protector was timid. In short, there were different opinions. However, just as many city lords remained silent, the Black Corpse City Lord spoke in a high-profile manner and supported the Protector. Fang Chen offended his superiors and deserves to die. How dare you offend the Protector? You will die without a doubt. The Black Corpse City Lord kept humiliating Fang Chen to curry favor with the Protector. This made many city lords a little disgusted, but they didn't say anything. In Chuanyun City, Fang Chen sneered after hearing the news. Whoosh! The teleportation array flickered, and the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in Black Corpse City. Has he finally jumped out? Now that everything was under Fang Chen's control, he was waiting for the Black Corpse City Lord to take the initiative to jump out. Whoosh! A majestic sword light descended from the sky and directly destroyed the City Lord mansion. A powerful aura raged throughout the land, and in an instant, Black Corpse City was turned into ruins. Stop! A black shadow soared into the sky and stared at Fang Chen angrily. Fang Chen, what do you mean by this? Looking at the ruins of Black Corpse City below, the City Lord's face was extremely gloomy. Don't you know? Fang Chen sneered. The Black Corpse City Lord was furious and attacked at lightning speed. I'm going to kill you. You're too weak. Fang Chen took the initiative to attack. The star-hidden sword drew a strange arc and released a fierce and overbearing sword light. At this moment, the invincible sword principle was perfectly displayed. The extremely powerful sword light directly split the Black Corpse City Lord into two. The Black Corpse City Lord's body was burning with flames. His body suddenly shattered, and a black shadow with a powerful corrosive aura appeared in front of Fang Chen. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen sneered. The Black Corpse City Lord was indeed a corpse demon. The corpse demon is getting bolder. With a shake of his wrist, the sword swept across the sky. No. The Black Corpse City Lord wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Fang Chen's attack power was too strong. Moreover, when he displayed the invincible sword principle, he also activated the sealed sky monument to seal the Black Corpse City Lord's body. Catcher! A cold light pierced through the sky. The Black Corpse City Lord had fallen. Rumble. Subsequently, Fang Chen continuously waved his sword, completely destroying the Black Corpse City. The corpse demon hidden in the city was all eliminated. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3024. Corpse Demon. Hovering above the ruins of Black Corpse City, Yi Shiwen stared down at the broken corpses. Black evil qi was emitted from them. Fang Chen knew this evil qi very well. The corpse demon was the aura of the corpse demon that Yi Shiwen had fought in the Star River universe and the ancient Saint Chaos. Yi Shiwen didn't expect the corpse demon to have such power in the ancient chaos. What does the corpse demon want to do? Fang Chen frowned and thought to himself. Did they find me? Yi Shiwen had destroyed the corpse demon's plan. Before the corpse demon emperor died, he said that he would kill Yi Shiwen at all costs. Yi Shiwen had encountered some attacks in the ancient chaos. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't sure if the corpse demon in the bloody battle territory knew his identity. Whoosh! The flames in the sky burned fiercely, completely burning the evil qi emitted from the corpse demon's body. Then, Fang Chen drew a line in the air with his finger. A crack appeared in the void and he entered it. The news of Black Corpse City's destruction spread quickly. Countless city lords were in an uproar. Because Fang Chen didn't hide his identity, people soon found out that Fang Chen was the initiator of this incident. Is Fang Chen crazy? How dare he destroy Black Corpse City? Oh my god, this guy is too strong. He turned Black Corpse City into ruins with one sword? The Blood Lord won't allow such a thing to happen. He's dead. Massacre the city. He dares to massacre the city. Many of the city lords made different voices. Some city lords on the Guardian's side were furious and went to the bloody battle territory to petition. Lord Guardian, Black Corpse City has been destroyed. One of the city lords said in a low voice. The Guardian stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes emitted a cold aura. I know. He clenched his fists and was furious. He knew that Fang Chen was declaring war on him. Do you want to force me to take action in this way? The protector said gloomily, if that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately after, the protector waved his hand and said, pass down the order. In 3 days, we will meet Fang Chen at the Blood Battle Ridge. Yes, Lord Protector. Chuanyun City. Within an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged while a stone tablet covered in talisman markings stood silently before him. Small words appeared on the stone tablet. Although he couldn't understand the contents of the inscriptions, Fang Chen knew that this was the supreme comprehension of the Tao of Sealing. If he could comprehend it, his attainments in the Tao of Sealing would reach an extremely high level. At that time, even if he encountered a tribulation supremacy, he would be able to fight them. Voila! Fang Chen spread out his hands and placed them on the stone tablet. Immediately, the inscription began to spin rapidly. Rays of light shot out from the inscription. The light formed a spatial cage before the heaven-sealing stele. The inscriptions on the stele were peeled off from the heaven-sealing stele and entered the spatial cage. Seal, Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, he came to a realization and his primordial spirit trembled. After that, he suddenly stood up, and then his figure flashed and entered the cage in the sky. In the next moment, he frantically absorbed the power of the seal within the spatial cage. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Finally, the power within the spatial cage was completely absorbed. Formation, rise. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Immediately after, rays of golden light were released from Fang Chen's body. These rays of golden light quickly turned into giant dragons that floated in the air and responded to the heaven-sealing stele. Condense. Fang Chen roared. The giant dragons swayed their bodies and moved rapidly in an extremely complicated trajectory. In the blink of an eye, they completely enveloped the heaven-sealing stele. Explode. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and slammed his palms into the void. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The giant dragons flickered and the void stilled. Whoosh. A moment later, peace was restored within the seal. Only the heart-palpitating power was slowly rippling. Dragon sealing formation. Looking at the seal in front of him, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The power of the dragon sealing formation is getting stronger. Fang Chen grinned. After comprehending the heaven-sealing stele, he had gained enlightenment and increased the power of the dragon sealing formation. According to the level of the seal, the dragon sealing formation from before could only be considered an ordinary formation of the Emperor realm. However, now that the dragon sealing formation had absorbed the sealing power of the heaven sealing stele, its level had increased and its power was extremely strong. It was now a genuine half-step Emperor realm formation. With the current dragon sealing formation, a mere peak holy venerate cultivator is nothing. Fang Chen said confidently. Compared to star venerables, holy venerables could control the world more freely. They could control the flow of the surrounding air for a short period of time and even change the flow of time. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at star venerable realm, with the dragon sealing formation sealing the world, he could make up for his lack of cultivation. Once he made up for this deficiency, with his true combat power, how could mere holy venerables compete with him? It should be known that he had already comprehended the seventh sword of the invincible sword principle. When he used it at full strength, its power had reached an unbelievable level. However, it seems that I'm still lacking something. Fang Chen pursed his lips and said, during this period, although the immortal star power has reached a very high level, there's still a gap between me and the first star core. The strength of the immortal star power was far beyond Fang Chen's imagination. This was Fang Chen's trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use it. After killing the protector, I must condense the star core in one go. Fang Chen made up his mind. If others were to find out that his goal was to kill the protectors, who knew how great of a storm it would cause? Deng, deng, deng. Someone knocked on the door. With a thought, Fang Chen removed the seal around him. The cloud-piercing sect master walked in from outside. Lord Fang. The cloud-piercing sect master's face was slightly gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The Protector has agreed to your challenge and released the news that there will be a life-and-death battle in the Bloody Battle territory in 3 days. Oh, what day is it now? Fang Chen asked. He killed the Black Corpse City Lord not only because the other party was a corpse demon, but also because he wanted to anger the Protector. He could imagine that the Protector would definitely agree to his challenge after hearing the news. Today is the 3rd day, the cloud-piercing sect master said. All the city lords have gathered in the Bloody Battle territory. Even the Blood Lord has personally come. They are all waiting for you. At this point, the cloud-piercing sect master hesitated for a moment. Just say what you have to say. A good friend of mine sent a message that the Bloody Battle territory is now in an uproar. You didn't arrive on time. The city lords of the Protector's faction kept humiliating you. They even said that you didn't dare to appear and hid in the cloud-piercing city like a coward. If Fang Chen really didn't appear, it would be a great blow to his reputation. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to continue mingling in the Bloody Battle territory. This was also the point that the cloud-piercing sect master was worried about. It's okay. Let's go now. Fang Chen said calmly. When Fang Chen and the cloud-piercing sect master arrived at the Bloody Battle territory through the teleportation formation, it was already noon. Although they were far away, they could still hear some curses. Fang Chen is trash. He wants to challenge the Protector just because he killed the strange Dragon City Lord. What a dream. Chimph, it's already noon. This guy still hasn't appeared. He must be scared. Just wait. If he doesn't show up, the Protector will personally destroy the cloud-piercing city and the Bloodflame city. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The Protector on the martial arts practice platform frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. He rubbed his palms, and a cold killing intent spread out. On the rostrum, the Bloodlord didn't speak. His eyes were complicated as if he was thinking about something. My lord. Suddenly, the Protector turned around and cupped his fists to the Bloodlord. The challenge this time was proposed by City Lord Fang, but he didn't dare to appear at the agreed time. He's playing with me. As the Protector of the Bloody Battle territory, I must protect my dignity. Therefore, I earnestly request the Lord to allow me to personally destroy the cloud-piercing city and the Bloodflame city and punish the 2 city lords, Fang Chen. That's right. I agree with the Protector's request. Fang Chen is a parasite. He shouldn't exist in the Bloody Battle territory. Kill him. Some city lords roared loudly. The Blood Lord frowned and didn't say anything. My lord. The Protector raised his voice again, forcing the Blood Lord to say something. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Blood Lord couldn't cover up for Fang Chen at all. Just as the Blood Lord was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, a voice broke the silence in the square. You don't have the right to punish me. Chapter 30:25. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot over from the distant horizon. Dong. The ray of light shattered, and a figure descended from the sky, landing on the martial arts arena in a shocking manner. A powerful force was transmitted to the inside of the martial arts arena, causing the entire arena to tremble. Boom. The surrounding air was chaotic, and the force was raging. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. You are not qualified to punish me. Fang Chen looked at the Protector and said word by word. The 2 city lords had arrived. In the meeting square, all the city lords stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. On the rostrum, the Bloody Battle Lord also nodded gently at Fang Chen. Finally, you are not a coward anymore. Seeing this, the Protector smiled sinisterly. If I were you, I would escape from the Bloody Battle territory and hide. Unfortunately, you are not me, and you cannot make the decision for me. Fang Chen's attitude was tough, and his body emitted a cold aura. Ha ha. The Protector's face was completely gloomy. Vast power gathered in his palm, and he could launch a fatal attack at any time. I have seen many young people, and you are the most arrogant one. Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant in front of an ant? There was a throbbing in the meeting square. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too arrogant, wasn't it? A city lord dared to provoke the protector and call him an ant. In the history of the bloody battle territory, there had been cases of city lords challenging the protector, but in the end, without exception, they were all killed by the protector. In other words, there had never been a city lord who could defeat the protector in history. Every protector's strength was almost second only to the city lords. The current protector's cultivation had reached the limit of the holy Venerate realm, and he was only one step away from the tribulation Venerate realm. A star Venerate city lord actually dared to provoke him in front of so many people. You will die miserably. The protector's face was ferocious, and he said coldly, I will crush your bones inch by inch, and you will die without a burial place. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He took out the hidden star sword and prepared for battle. Voila! The protector stomped his foot, and a vast amount of energy surged out of his body. At the same time, he let out a furious roar, and numerous runes appeared in the sky. Each rune had a small character written on it. These runes gathered together and burst out with dazzling light. Heavenly Talisman Annihilation Earth. As soon as the protector said that, he made a grabbing motion in the air and grabbed the runes that had gathered together. Then, his figure flashed and entered the void. Fang Chen chuckled and executed the undefeatable sword Dao. Space-time sword burst. The hidden star sword was quickly brandished. It continued to expand in the sky and turned into 100 feet long sword shadow. Then, the 100 feet long sword shadow and the chaotic sword body resonated with each other. At the same time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void. The space-time sword explosion was created with the invincible sword Dao and the space-time Dao as its foundation, combining the advantages of the two great Daos into one. Its attack power was so strong that it made people tremble. Where is he? The moment Fang Chen disappeared, the people searched carefully and were shocked to find that they could not sense Fang Chen's aura. The protector, who was hiding in the void and waiting for an opportunity to attack Fang Chen, suddenly felt danger approaching. Oh no! The protector shouted and suddenly struck out with his palm. Vast runes flashed out. As soon as his body moved, 100 feet long sword light fell from the sky and cut the void open. Crack! In the face of the 100 feet long sword light, the runes were almost defenseless. As soon as the two came into contact, the 100 feet long sword light exploded. The vast sword Dao aura completely destroyed the runes. Buzz! The void became chaotic and the martial arts arena shook. Thump! Thump! The protector's body staggered. When he finally stabilized himself, the protector took a deep breath and looked very serious. His internal organs were in a mess and his blood was boiling. If he had not dodged in time, the explosion of the 100 feet long sword light would have hurt him. What sword technique is this? The protector's eyes flashed with a complicated look as he murmured. He had never seen such a heaven-defying sword technique. The power of this sword was simply too strong. On the rostrum, Bloodlord also narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. What an exquisite sword technique! Blood War Horde Lord praised. As for the many city lords in the meeting square, they had already fallen into a daze. Fang Chen's attack power had completely exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Fang Chen was not a sacred venerate, but he was stronger than a sacred venerate. It seems that the protector's strength is only SOSO. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, the position of protector of the bloody battle territory has always been won by the capable. I think that I have enough strength to be a protector. How dare you? The protector was furious. He clenched his fists and runes flashed. Traces of evil aura quietly appeared in his body. However, the protector was very secretive and outsiders could not discover it. However, all of this could not be hidden from Fang Chen's eyes. Opening the supreme ancestral eye, Fang Chen could clearly see the evil aura in the protector's body. He could finally be sure that what the Bloodlord said to him was true. He looked up at the Bloodlord, who was smiling at him. In fact, The Blood Lord had already noticed the identity of the Protector and the Black Corpse City Lord. However, due to his identity, he could not personally take action to avoid causing chaos in the bloody battle territory. It just so happened that Fang Chen stood out and killed the strange Dragon City Lord and received the Blood Lord's recognition. He and Fang Chen talked through the night and told the latter everything. It was the Blood Lord who suggested that Fang Chen challenge the Protector. Otherwise, why would Fang Chen destroy the Black Corpse City for no reason? However, the world did not know the truth and only thought that Fang Chen was arrogant. Talisman kill. The Protector's face was ferocious as he used his trump card. He spread out his palms, and the flickering runes fused with his blood essence. His aura instantly soared, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the peak. Oh no! Seeing this, the cloud-piercing sect master exclaimed. The Protector has used his trump card. The Protector's trump card was very powerful. It was rumored that he had once used this trump card to kill a junior tribulation supremacy. However, no one knew if it was true or not. Can't hold it in anymore? Fang Chen sneered and waved his hand, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The dragon sealing formation instantly sealed the entire martial arts arena. What kind of formation is this? The Protector cried out when he saw this. He could feel that the flow of air on the martial arts arena had slowed down a lot. How is this possible? He seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, his trump card was ready. Break. The Protector's body turned into a huge rune that resonated with the runes in his palm and slammed into the dragon sealing formation. Crack. A crack appeared on the dragon sealing formation, but it quickly healed. Boom. The runes exploded, and the Protector's body flew out and fell heavily on the martial arts arena. He vomited blood, and his face was pale. His aura was somewhat weak. How is this possible? He couldn't imagine that his trump card couldn't break the formation. Damn it. The Protector's heart was filled with regret. At the same time, an evil aura appeared on his forehead, and he didn't hide it at all. Outside the dragon sealing formation, everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why is there an evil aura on the Protector's body? At this moment, they had already forgotten the power of the dragon sealing formation, and were extremely curious about what happened to the Protector. Only the Blood Lord on the rostrum knew that the Protector had revealed his true face. A half-step martial emperor formation. The Blood Lord looked bitterly at Fang Chen. Even he couldn't break the half-step martial emperor formation in an instant. This guy is giving me more and more surprises. I wonder how many more tricks he has hidden. The Blood Lord murmured. A star Venerable martial artist, with a half-step martial emperor weapon, could set up a half-step martial emperor formation, and also had a set of shocking swordsmanship. All these signs pointed to Fang Chen's great background. It was very likely that he was related to the legendary world god, or even a rising star of a big force or family. Ah! At this moment, a miserable cry came from the dragon sealing formation. The Protector's body was shrouded in an evil aura. The true face of the corpse demon was completely exposed to the world. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Chapter 3026. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Fang Chen was not surprised by the Protector's change at all. He shrugged and said, "You're going to die." The Protector's voice was hoarse and filled with blood. His body began to swell and become extremely tall. He took a step forward and his hands streaked across the sky, carrying a strong evil aura as they swept towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered, and at the same time, he controlled the flow of time with the dragon sealing formation, directly making the Protector's movements extremely slow. Damn it! The Protector also realized the power of the dragon sealing formation. If he stayed in the formation, his strength would be greatly reduced. Break the formation first. The Protector accumulated all the power in his body and blasted it towards the dragon sealing formation. Rumble. The dragon sealing formation shook, but in the end, it resisted the Protector's attack. How is this possible? The Protector was shocked. He had activated the origin power of the corpse demon, and its attack power was comparable to that of a junior tribulation supremacy, but it could not even break the dragon sealing formation. The dragon sealing formation can seal a true dragon. A mere corpse demon is nothing to it. Fang Chen's voice was heard. At the same time, his figure flickered continuously, unaffected by the dragon sealing formation, and quickly appeared in front of the protector. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced through heaven and earth, and he once again displayed the space-time sword explosion. Explode! With Fang Chen's roar, the sword light exploded, and countless bloody holes appeared on the protector's body. "Ah! I can't accept this." The protector roared towards the sky, and a terrifying black aura emerged from his head, as if he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's control of the dragon sealing formation had reached an incredible level, and he was already prepared. Burn! The fire origin bloodline was activated, and majestic and vast flames filled the dragon sealing formation, turning it into a sea of fire. Hiss! Under the double encirclement of the sea of fire and the dragon sealing formation, the protector finally could not hold on, and his tall body fell to the ground. He died on the martial arts arena with indignation and anger. Whoosh! After the dragon sealing formation was put away, the scene on the martial arts arena appeared in front of everyone. "The protector is dead," someone in the crowd exclaimed. After a brief moment of shock, the city lord of the protector faction berated Fang Chen loudly. "Fang Chen, you dared to attack a Dharma protector. This is a heinous crime punishable by death. You deserve to die for offending your superiors." Whoosh! The hidden star sword turned into a rainbow light and pierced through the heads of these city masters. Noisy! Immediately, many city lords trembled and retreated, afraid of angering Fang Chen. They didn't dare to say anything else. As for the few city lords left behind by the protectors, they were like people who had lost their souls. They stood in the meeting square like walking corpses, waiting for death to come. The protector has betrayed the human race and joined the corpse demon. He deserves to die 1,000 times over, and his entire family will be implicated. Blood Lord stood up and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Fang has slain the corpse demon and made great contributions. From today onwards, he will be the new protector of the bloody battle territory." The words corpse demon caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone present was a god-level powerhouse. They had more or less heard of the corpse demon's deeds. They didn't expect the protector to be a member of the corpse demon. He had been hiding in the bloody battle territory for so many years. Thinking of this, everyone's heart palpitated. If it weren't for Fang Chen, wouldn't the bloody battle territory be occupied by the corpse demon? "Greetings, Lord Protector." A series of voices sounded in the meeting square. At this moment, everyone was sincerely convinced by Fang Chen. Even the top 3 city lords were full of admiration for him. If it were them, they wouldn't even know how they died when facing the protector. However, Fang Chen killed the protector. With such means, no one could rival him except for the lords. He deserved to be the protector. Alright, everyone can go back. The vacant city lord position will be announced in a few days. I hope everyone can work for the bloody battle territory. I won't treat you unfairly, Bloodlord said with a wave of his hand. Although everyone was shocked, they still left the bloody battle territory. In the garden, Bloodlord and Fang Chen sat opposite each other. Come, let me toast to Protector Fang." Bloodlord picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Fang Chen's, his face full of smiles. "Some time ago, when I found out that the Protector was a corpse demon, I wanted to make a move. But after thinking for a long time, I chose to endure." Bloodlord said, "When you appeared, I knew that you were the best person to do this." The bloody battle territory was one of the 5 territories of the Desolation Palace. The other 4 territories were eyeing the bloody battle territory covetously. If there was chaos in the bloody battle territory, the other 4 territories would definitely take advantage of the situation. This was something that Bloodlord didn't want to see. Now, Fang Chen solved this problem. It's really hard to imagine that Protector Fang is so strong. Bloodlord sighed. "You're only a star Venerable, but you're able to kill a corpse demon at the peak of the Holy Venerable realm. This kind of technique is amazing." Actually, what Bloodlord was really shocked by was Fang Chen's potential. What kind of great force can nurture a talent like Protector Fang? Bloodlord smiled. Fang Chen chuckled, but didn't say anything. Although he and Bloodlord had a superior and subordinate relationship, he wasn't afraid of the latter. Protector Fang, with your addition, the overall strength of the Bloody Battle territory will definitely increase a lot. Bloodlord smiled. When the 5 territories pay tribute next time, I'll be able to hold my head high. You've made a great contribution this time. If you want anything, just say it. All the resources in the Bloody Battle territory can be used by you. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chen clasped his hands in thanks. The news of Fang Chen becoming the new protector quickly spread to every corner of the Bloody Battle territory. The city lords who had fought with Fang Chen before were extremely bitter. The many disciples of the Chuanyun sect felt as if they were dreaming. How is this possible? Fan Hai clenched his fists tightly, as if he had lost his soul. Chuanyun City's #1 goddess, Yu Shu, had a bright smile on her face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "The first time I saw him, I felt that he was extraordinary." It's true. Almost everyone was talking about the new protector, Fang Chen. Of course, there was an endless stream of city lords who came to visit the Chuanyun sect. They were all sighing. Chuanyun City, which used to be ranked last in the Bloody Battle territory, had now become a phoenix. From now on, as long as Fang Chen was the protector, the Chuanyun sect would be the strongest force in the Bloody Battle territory. 3 days later, the candidates for the vacant city lords were announced. The name list was unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. There were a total of 7 vacant city lord positions, including the Black Corpse city lord, who was ranked at the top of the list. Among the 7 names, 4 of them were from the Chuanyun sect. As soon as the candidates were announced, everyone was shocked. The rise of the Chuanyun sect was unstoppable. The Chuanyun sect suddenly had 4 city lords. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Of course, everyone in the Chuanyun sect knew that the reason for such a good thing was entirely because of Wu Pan. This time, Wu Pan was also promoted to Black Corpse City Lord. The Chuanyun sect lord was promoted to Chuanyun City Lord. The remaining 2 elders were Snow Swallow City Lord and Strange Dragon City Lord. 1 sect and 4 city lords. This was definitely an unprecedented move that would leave a mark in history. Bloody Battle territory, Protector's Mansion. After Fang Chen saw the announced candidates, he also grinned. The Bloodlord seems to want to use my power to occupy a place in the 5 territories and increase his right to speak, Fang Chen muttered. He communicated with the Bloodlord. The latter treated him sincerely and did not have any conspiracy. He could be considered a person of character. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Fang Chen shook his head. His purpose of coming here was not the Bloody Battle territory. The 9 worlds in the eastern region were all very powerful. The Boundless World specialized in refining the body. They mainly cultivated the physical body and had a unique understanding of the physical body. Countless rare physiques could be seen in the Boundless World. Fang Chen's purpose was to come into contact with the upper echelons of the Boundless World as soon as possible and cultivate the Chaos Sword body. Of course, with his current strength, he could only gain a foothold in the Bloody Battle territory. When he broke through to the Holy Venerate realm, he could go to the Desolation Palace. I hope I can gain something from this seclusion, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Fang Chen was about to go into seclusion, the Bloodlord suddenly knocked on the door and rushed over. Lord. Protector Fang, there is something I would like to discuss with you, the Bloodlord said with a serious expression. Chapter 3027. The Bloodlord brought Fang Chen an extremely important piece of information. The Blood Dragon relics. Fang Chen was stunned. He had not expected the Bloodlord to tell him such important information. He stared at the Bloodlord with his dark eyes, trying to see through his thoughts. The Bloodlord did not hide anything and said directly, the Blood Dragon relics contain the inheritance of an ancient expert. It is very important to you and me. If I can obtain it, my cultivation will improve. And you might be able to break through to the Holy Venerate realm. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Bloodlord continued, the reason why I chose you is because I need a helper. In the entire Bloody Battle territory, Only you are qualified to be my helper." The Bloodlord was honest. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he listened to the former's explanation. "A few hundred years ago, I discovered the Blood Dragon relics and even entered it once. However, at this point, the Bloodlord smiled bitterly and said, 'That time, I was too weak. I only entered the periphery of the Blood Dragon relics before I was forced to escape. The Blood Dragon relics are filled with danger, but there are also opportunities.' The Bloodlord's strength rose steadily because he obtained the opportunities in the Blood Dragon relics. In the end, he became one of the 5 lords of the Desolation Palace. However, that accident also allowed the other lords to discover the existence of the Blood Dragon relics. However, after I escaped, the Blood Dragon relics completely disappeared without a trace. I have searched for it countless times, but I could not find it." The Bloodlord continued, "The 4 lords came to my bloody battle territory from time to time and secretly spied on me. They wanted to see my every move clearly. Who would have thought that the Blood Dragon relics would appear again after a few hundred years? It really surprised me." The Bloodlord also knew that as long as he went to the Blood Dragon relics, he would definitely be discovered by the other 4 lords. At that time, he would be at a disadvantage and would not be able to compete with the other 4. What he valued most about Fang Chen was the powerful dragon sealing formation. With the help of this formation, he was confident that he could compete with the other 4 lords. Through his conversation with the Bloodlord, Fang Chen gradually learned that the owner of the Blood Dragon ruins was suspected to be an ancient sector lord with extraordinary strength. He had left behind many inheritances in the Blood Dragon ruins. Once he obtained them, he would benefit greatly. Most importantly, the owner of the Blood Dragon relic had a super strong special physique. It was said that his body was placed in the Blood Dragon ruins. If one could obtain his body, they would definitely be able to absorb the energy within his body and strengthen their bodies. The cultivation methods of each of the 9 worlds in the eastern region were completely different. The Boundless Realm focused on the cultivation of the fleshly body, and there were all sorts of unique physiques. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the Boundless World had a unique cultivation method for cultivating special constitutions. This was also the means that attracted many fleshly body Dao martial artists. Fang Chen knew that wanting to enter the Boundless World stage, one must have an extremely powerful fleshy body. Although his Chaos Sword body was powerful, it had yet to unleash its full potential. Simply put, there was still room for improvement. Special constitution? Upon hearing that, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Guardian Fang, if you are worried, we can make a martial Dao oath," the Bloodlord said hurriedly. Among the 5 lords of the Desolate Palace, he was the weakest. Moreover, the bloody battle territory was ranked last. All along, the master of the Desolate Palace had been favoring the other 4 lords while treating him coldly. He wanted to grab hold of any opportunity to increase his strength and increase his authority in the Desolate Palace. Moreover, it would not be long before the Desolate Secret Land opened. By then, at this thought, the bloody battle horde lord's eyes lit up as he stared at Fang Chen anxiously. "All right, I promise you. However, after entering the Blood Dragon ruins, if I need to act alone, you can't stop me," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Don't worry. As long as I am in danger, you can use the formation to help me." Soon, Fang Chen and the Bloodlord reached a unanimous decision. The 2 of them swore a martial Dao oath. The Blood War Horde Lord left in high spirits and went back to prepare. Looking at the Bloodlord's back, Fang Chen shook his head gently. He did not know whether this trip to the Blood Dragon ruins was a blessing or a curse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Bloodlord found Fang Chen early. The 2 of them left the bloody battle territory quietly and headed to the Blood Dragon ruins. The Blood Dragon ruins are at the border of the bloody battle territory. Along the way, the Bloodlord explained to Fang Chen. The place where the Blood Dragon ruins were located was called the Blood Dragon Mountain Range. This place was barren and full of ruins, as if it had been after a great war. It was very desolate. The air was chaotic and the aura was violent. It was not suitable for cultivation at all. Under normal circumstances, very few people would come here. Whoosh! Suddenly, A violent wind blew and a crack appeared in the void. Fang Chen and the Blood Lord walked out of it. Do you see that? That blood-red area is the Blood Dragon Mountains. The Blood Lord pointed to the front and said. The two of them strode forward and arrived in front of the Blood Dragon Mountains. Ha ha ha, Blood Lord, you finally can't help but take action. Bloody battle, among the five of us, you are the only one who has entered the Blood Dragon ruins. Tell us everything you know. A few wild voices came from the sky. Hearing this, the Blood Lord cursed in his heart. He grabbed Fang Chen and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the Blood Dragon Mountains. Trying to leave. The four lords appeared at the same time and sneered when they saw the Blood Lord rushing into the Blood Dragon Mountains. Let's see how you escape this time. The four lords looked at each other and entered the Blood Dragon Mountains. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they entered the Blood Dragon Mountains, Fang Chen felt a violent force attacking them. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned and felt that something was wrong. Did you feel it? The Blood Lord looked at Fang Chen in surprise. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have such a keen sense of smell. The space is chaotic, as if we have entered a space storm. Also, the flow of time seems to be different. Fang Chen frowned and muttered. That's right. The Blood Dragon Mountains have been affected by the Blood Dragon ruins for a long time, causing the flow of time here to be much slower than the outside world. The Blood Lord said, however, it doesn't affect us much. The Blood Lord became more and more curious about Fang Chen. A star Venerable warrior could actually sense that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. Even the Blood Lord didn't notice it when he first entered. However, the Blood Lord didn't know that Fang Chen was the propagator of the spacetime doctrine. His attainments in the spacetime doctrine were unmatched by anyone below the universe god level. Let's go this way. The Blood Lord was more familiar with the Blood Dragon Mountains. He led Fang Chen to the depths of the mountains. Do you see the Crimson Door? The Blood Lord said, when we go in later, don't release the bloodline in your body. After that, the two of them entered the Crimson Door one after the other. Wang. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that the blood in his body was being sucked dry. The special bloodline in his body became restless. However, the more restless the bloodline became, the faster the blood loss. What's going on? Fang Chen remembered the Blood Lord's warning and quickly used the black hole bloodline to cover his other bloodlines. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, the blood loss became slower and slower. In the end, it was almost negligible. What's going on with this Crimson Door? Why can it absorb the blood in a warrior's body? Fang Chen was shocked. Whoosh. After a while, the sound of four people breaking through the air came from the Crimson Door. The four lords looked at the Crimson Door with gloomy faces. Damn it, Xuezhon is too cunning. This guy entered the Blood Dragon ruins first. What should we do? The other three lords looked at the Lord of Shenyuan. We underestimated Xuezhon, but there's no other way now. Let's enter the Blood Dragon relics first. Brother Shenyuan is right. No matter what, we have to kill Xuezhon this time and divide his territory. Let's go. After we enter, let's search for Xuezhon and see if we can get any useful information from him. The four lords nodded and entered the Blood Dragon relics one after another. Whoosh. The Crimson Door flickered and gradually disappeared into the void. Chapter 30:28. The sky was blood red. Even the sun hanging high in the sky was a red fireball that was extremely hot. The entire space seemed to have been tainted by blood. The smell of blood raged in the air. Beneath his feet was a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fang Chen looked around and expanded his consciousness. He was surprised that he could not detect the end of the desert. Where's the Blood Lord? After a long time, Fang Chen finally confirmed that he had lost the Blood Lord. However, this was good too. He could move freely as he pleased. Let's get out of this desert first. Fang Chen felt that this desert seemed to be a little different. It gave him a very dangerous feeling. Splash. With every step he took, sand and soil would be kicked up. A scorching heat came from the sand, burning his feet. It was very uncomfortable. After walking for about an hour, it was still an endless desert. Fang Chen gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. His expression was very solemn. What's going on? He turned around to take a look, but there was nothing there. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Fang Chen continued to move forward and paid attention to the surrounding movements. Rip. What he did not notice was that something was gradually breaking out of the sand that he walked past. Under each footprint, the sand broke open, and something came out. Splash. The sand was lifted up and a snow-white skeleton appeared in the desert. Then, the bones of the arms, then the bones of the torso. A moment later, a complete skeleton appeared. Creak. After the skeleton appeared, it rushed in the direction of Fang Chen. As time passed, the number of skeletons increased. They seemed to have a consciousness and tacitly followed Fang Chen. Crack. Just as Fang Chen took a step forward, he suddenly felt a terrifying power coming from behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and was shocked to see a dense group of skeletons rushing towards him. Boom! Fang Chen suddenly threw a punch and sent a skeleton that was close to him flying. However, the remaining skeletons swarmed forward. What happened? Fang Chen's eyes widened. He was shocked to discover that the skeleton that he had sent flying hadn't fallen apart. Instead, the power it exuded had become even stronger. Could it be? He thought of the desert beneath his feet, and with a thought, he hurriedly unleashed the dragon sealing formation. Wang. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he instantly set up the dragon sealing formation, completely enveloping the densely packed skeletons. Their offensive power is roughly at the level of a heavenly venerate, but there are so many of them that even if they encounter a tribulation supremacy, they can still defeat him by taking turns. Fang Chen quickly thought about how to deal with it. He tried everything he could, but he was still unable to completely destroy these skeletons. Furthermore, as time passed, the number of skeletons increased. This made him very anxious. I can't continue waiting like this. Otherwise, once the dragon sealing formation breaks, I'll definitely die. Fang Chen was extremely anxious in his heart. However, at this moment, Tianxin suddenly transmitted his voice from inside Dark Cave Mountain. Master. What's the matter? In the past, I've obtained the legacy of a monk from the ancient Kang in the ancient Kang land. Furthermore, I've obtained a drop of blood as well. All this while, I've been unable to refine it. However, earlier on, when those skeletons were attacking you, that drop of blood had a strange reaction. Heaven Heart said. Whoosh. Tianxin walked out of Dark Cave Mountain and opened his palm, revealing a drop of black blood in his palm. This drop of blood looked very ordinary, but it gave off a dangerous feeling. Rip. Every time the power of the skeletons came, the blood would quickly become restless. Try refining the blood. Fang Chen suddenly had a thought. Tianxin nodded and sat down cross-legged. He put his palms together and the drop of blood floated in front of him. Whoosh. The blood emitted a scorching power that completely enveloped Tianxin. At the same time, Fang Chen reached out and grabbed the power of the skeletons in the dragon sealing formation and injected it into the blood. Rumble. Then, a shocking scene happened. After the power of the skeletons was injected, the blood underwent a huge change. It actually collapsed from the middle and turned into blood that filled the sky, enveloping Tianxin. Not good. Fang Chen cursed in his heart. He wanted to stop them but was stopped by Tianxin. Master, I'm fine. I'm absorbing this drop of blood. Tianxin transmitted his voice. When Fang Chen heard this, his expression changed and he wanted to hit Tianxin. Let me help you. Using the dragon sealing formation, Fang Chen injected large amounts of skeleton's power into the blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood had completely entered Tianxin's body. Tianxin's body was shrouded in a golden light. He was refining the blood. Crack. The skeletons seemed to feel fear and attacked the dragon sealing formation with all their might. After holding on for 15 minutes, the dragon sealing formation finally loosened and cracks appeared. Not good. Fang Chen's expression changed. If the dragon sealing formation broke, he would not be able to defend against the skeletons. Dong. With a loud sound, the dragon sealing formation could no longer hold on and broke into pieces. The densely packed skeletons rushed toward Fang Chen like a tide. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and used the invincible sword Dao, ready to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a blinding light shot out from Tianxin's body. Tianxin slowly got up and put his palms together. Golden light shone around him. Under Fang Chen's stunned gaze, Tianxin walked into the skeletons. The ferocious skeletons actually retreated in front of Tianxin and let out terrified roars. Tianxin used his aura to suppress the skeletons. The skeletons could not withstand it and all of them crawled on the ground. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Such strong combat power was actually subdued by Tianxin? He thought of the mysterious drop of blood that Tianxin had obtained from the monk in ancient Kang. Master. Tianxin turned his head and smiled brightly. That drop of blood is called Demon Hunter blood. It contains an extremely pure Demon Hunter bloodline. Demon Hunter blood. It was the first time Fang Chen had heard of such a bloodline. After these skeletons died, their bodies were refined into death warriors by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord, and the Demon Hunter blood is their nemesis, Tianxin continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. At the same time, he felt relieved. He did not expect that such a crisis would be resolved with a smile. It's all thanks to you. Fang Chen patted Tianxin's shoulder and said with a smile. Master. Tianxin wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Just now, I absorbed the Demon Hunter blood and completely activated the Demon Hunter bloodline. Now, I can vaguely sense the inheritance of the Demon Hunter. I think, the Blood Dragon ruins are too dangerous. We just entered and encountered such a big crisis. I don't feel at ease with you alone, Fang Chen said. Master, I have the Demon Hunter blood and can control all the death warriors in the Blood Dragon ruins. With them, even if we encounter a tribulation supremacy, we can escape unscathed. Tianxin said, moreover, the Blood Dragon ruins are so big. They will need time to find me. Senior brother, I'll go with you. Kang Ju also walked out of Dark Cave Mountain and said anxiously, I'll go too. The pure-blooded beast cub loved to join in the fun. How could he not go with such a good thing? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen nodded. Okay, then you have to pay attention to your safety. If you encounter something you can't solve, send me a message immediately. Only Xiao Hua was quietly cultivating in Dark Cave Mountain. With the help of the Demon Hunter blood, Fang Chen and the others could almost run rampant in the desert. The death warriors that appeared along the way were all controlled by Tianxin. In the end, the death warriors behind them covered the sky and earth. It was extremely shocking. In the distant sky, a black figure floated over. His pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. Demon Hunter blood. The Demon Hunter overlord licked his dry lips and said eerily, I'm the legitimate successor of the Demon Hunter. Everything of his belongs to me. Even the Demon Hunter overlord himself did not expect to find the Demon Hunter blood as soon as he entered. As the successor of the Demon Hunter, he knew better than anyone the importance of the Demon Hunter blood. As long as I can gather all the Demon Hunter blood, I will definitely be able to obtain the complete inheritance of the Demon Hunter. At that time, the 4 territories will be nothing. Even if it's the master of the desolate palace, I won't be afraid. The Demon Hunter overlord said eerily. His figure flashed and he followed Fang Chen and the others. Chapter 3029. With the help of the Demon Hunter blood, Fang Chen and the others were no longer headless chickens. Tianxin controlled the men of sacrifice and let them lead the way. After 9 days and 9 nights, they finally walked out of the barren desert. Whoosh! The moment they saw the green land, Kang Ju and Tianxin were ecstatic. We're finally out of this damn place. Kang Ju couldn't help but complain. Master, are you really not coming with us? Tianxin asked again. Fang Chen shook his head. You must be careful this time. If you meet the other lords, run away immediately. Don't worry, Master. With the men of sacrifice under senior brother's control, we're not afraid of anyone. Kang Ju said with a smile. Soon, everyone went their separate ways. Looking at the backs of the 2 disciples, Fang Chen was quite emotional. Is what you said true? Fang Chen retracted his gaze and communicated with the immortal scepter. Of course. After all, I'm a weapon that once followed the immortal emperor. How can ordinary people imagine what I'm capable of? The immortal scepter praised to itself. Although the aura is extremely weak, I can still feel it. The immortal scepter said, if I'm not wrong, the body of the Blood Dragon Sector Lord is there. Alright, you lead the way. His Chaos Sword body and his daughter Fang Shi's all-fusion body both needed to be improved. The body of the Blood Dragon Sector Lord was undoubtedly the best way to improve. Under the guidance of the immortal scepter, Fang Chen crossed the mountains and went to the mysterious place. Under the Barren Palace, there were 5 territories. They were the Shenyuan Territory, Demon Hunter Territory, Darkness Territory, Heart Territory, and Blood War Territory. Among them, the Shenyuan Territory was the most powerful. The Lord Shenyuan was also the strongest lord. Next were the Demon Hunter Overlords, followed by the Darkness Overlords, Heart Overlords, and Blood War Overlords. In front of a mountain stream, a waterfall flowed down. The force of the impact caused a deafening sound. In the river in front of the waterfall, an old man in a green robe sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was calm and there was light shining on his chest. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Dark Lord. The Heart Lord didn't even need to look to know that it was the Dark Lord. You're finally here. Why are you looking for me? The Dark Overlord had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His entire body was emitting a dark and evil aura. Among the 5 lords, the Lord Shenyuan is the most powerful, and is also a transcendent being. He looks down on the 4 great powers. As for the remaining 4 territories, they are basically on par with each other. The Heart Lord grinned. Have you ever thought of expanding the Dark Territory? You mean? The Darkness Lord understood what the Heart Lord meant. If you and I work together, we'll be able to crush any Demon Hunter Lord or Blood Lord. The Heart Lord smiled and said, if we kill the 2 of them and reorganize the 2 territories, your Darkness Territory and my Heart Territory will definitely expand to a very strong level. Shenyuan won't agree, said the Dark Lord. In fact, he was most afraid of the Lord Shenyuan. The latter was mysterious and unfathomable. He almost never made a move, but no one dared to underestimate him. The Shenyuan Territory is a transcendent being, but it doesn't mean that they will allow a territory above them to appear. Besides, even if Shenyuan doesn't care, how will he explain it to the Palace Master? The Dark Lord shook his head. This matter wouldn't work. The 4 great territories would divide the Blood Battle Territory, and the 4 great lords would bear the pressure from the Palace Master together. This was still feasible. It was impossible with just the 2 of them. This is the Blood Dragon Ruins. The Heart Lord smiled leisurely and said, don't forget that the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's inheritance is here. What if we can get it? I've thought of everything you're worried about. The Heart Lord said, you don't have to worry about the Lord Shenyuan. Maybe he won't be able to leave the Blood Dragon Ruins alive. This is an excellent opportunity. The Heart Lord continued to tempt the Dark Lord. I want to listen to your plan first and see if it's feasible, said the Dark Lord. At the core of the Blood Dragon Ruins, there was a dilapidated city. Dust flew everywhere, and the dilapidated city walls stood in the storm. There was a war here. Fang Chen stepped on the air and stared at the dilapidated city below. I can sense it. It's in this city. The Immortal Scepter said with certainty. Fang Chen nodded and spread out his hand. With a sudden grab, ripples appeared in the void. When his power came into contact with the dilapidated city, the defensive formation of the city was activated. Weak. With a stomp of his foot, the violent aura of the formation spread out, and the formation broke by itself. Fang Chen stepped into the dilapidated city. Go forward for 50 meters and then turn right. Under the guidance of the Immortal Scepter, Fang Chen came to the depths of the dilapidated city. There was a pool here. However, the pool had dried up, and the dry soil at the bottom of the pool could be seen. Release the Chaos Sword body. The Immortal Scepter said. Fang Chen released the Chaos Sword body subconsciously. Thousands of swords shot out, filling the sky. It was extremely shocking. Hong long long. When the Chaos Sword body was activated, streams of water shot out from the dried-up pool. Fang Chen was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the pool was filled with water. Layers of ripples appeared in the clear stream. After waiting for so many years, someone finally came. An old voice could be heard from the pool. Following that, an illusory figure condensed in the void. Star Paragon Realm? Clearly, the illusory figure did not expect that after waiting for so many years, a Star Paragon Realm martial artist would come. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted. The ripples on your body. Chaotic origin sword body? The old man stared at Fang Chen and said slowly. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. His expression changed as he exclaimed, Chaos sword body? It was ranked number 1 in the immemorial Chaos Sword Dao physique. Since ancient times, not many people had it. Amazing, amazing. The old man was very excited. In the past, only the Sky One Sword Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, and other super experts in the Sword Dao had the Chaos Sword body. I did not expect a Star Paragon Realm martial artist like you to have it. The old man looked at Fang Chen with a different gaze. Since ancient times, those who had the Chaos Sword body had stood at the peak of the Chaos Sword Dao, becoming an existence revered by tens of thousands of people. The Sky One Sword Emperor and Reincarnation Sword Emperor were examples. Good, very good. After getting over his excitement, the old man smiled. Although your cultivation is slightly weaker, it is fine. The Chaos Sword body can make up for it. By the way, you still don't know that I am the weapon spirit of this city. I am also the housekeeper of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. This city went through a huge battle and was destroyed by the enemy. After the master died, his body was scattered in every corner of the Blood Dragon Realm ruins. The old man continued, this city is called the Body Refining Pool. It keeps the most important part of the master's body, the heart. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The fact that you are here means that you are fated with the master. Moreover, you have the Chaos Sword body. You are fully qualified to obtain everything that the master left behind. The old man said, however, before the master died, he was afraid that his enemies would obtain the inheritance. Therefore, he set up a test. However, I believe that with your strength, you can definitely pass the test. If you pass the test, you will be able to obtain the master's heart. The old man said, then, using the aura of the master's heart, you can quickly search for the other body parts that are scattered everywhere. Once you have gathered them, you can refine them and merge them with your Chaos Sword body. After hearing the old man's words, Fang Chen smiled excitedly. Senior, I have a daughter who also has a special body constitution. I wonder if she can share the power of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's body with me? Fang Chen asked. Oh. What body constitution does your daughter have? The old man asked. 1000 fusion body. What? 1000 fusion body? Originally, the old man thought that she only had an ordinary body constitution. However, after hearing the words 1000 fusion body, he was completely stunned. This, for a long time, he did not recover from his shock. The father had the Chaos Sword body and the daughter had the 1000 fusion body. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Senior. Fang Chen called out softly. The old man coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Of course. He added in his heart. If the 1000 fusion body was not qualified to obtain the master's body strength, what other body constitution in the world was qualified to obtain it? From a certain perspective, the 1000 fusion body had a wider range of development. The Chaos Sword body was only a sword body constitution. If the 1000 fusion body could be cultivated to the peak, its future would be limitless. Chapter 30:30. The test was relatively simple for Fang Chen. As long as he could stay in the stream for 15 minutes, he would pass. I'll go in first. Fang Chen said to his daughter, Fang Shi. He even left the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword to protect his daughter. Seeing the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword, the elder's eyes widened. A long sword of the half-step martial emperor realm? The hidden star sword was already shocking enough, but the immortal scepter was even more impressive. Hey! Why can't I see through this scepter? Where have I seen it before? Old man. A mocking voice came from the immortal scepter. You are. The elder trembled and looked at the immortal scepter in disbelief. He almost blurted out. The immortal scepter. At this moment, the elder was completely confused. What was the immortal scepter? It was the personal weapon of the immortal emperor, the ruler of the chaotic realm. Why are you here? The elder asked in shock. He is my master. The immortal scepter's words made the elder speechless. After a long time, he came back to his senses and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. The chosen one, definitely the chosen one. However, if he knew that Fang Chen had the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's Reincarnation Sword Shuttle and was one of the candidates for the Bloodline Monarch, what would he think? Hiss. When Fang Chen leaped out of the stream, he immediately felt a cold aura assaulting him. What a strong corrosive power. The chaotic sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes covered his body, forming a strong defense. It would be hard for an ordinary body to resist it. Fang Chen said. A quarter of an hour was neither long nor short. However, when Fang Chen resisted the impact of the stream, something unexpected happened. Swoosh. There was a piercing sound in the distant sky. The Lord Shenyuan came whistling. Dong. He landed on the ground and saw Fang Shi and Fang Chen soaking in the pool. Myriad fusion body? However, he was quickly attracted to Fang Shi. After his powerful divine sense swept over Fang Shi, he discovered the latter's myriad fusion body. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. If you want to get the inheritance of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord, line up here. The old man spoke. However, the Lord Shenyuan completely ignored him and stared at Fang Shi. I didn't expect to encounter the all-fusion body here. Huala. The Lord of Shenyuan reached out and grabbed at Fang Shi with extreme speed. Clang. The star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter blocked in front of Fang Shi at the same time, blocking the Lord Xuanyuan's big hand. Hey! A half-step martial emperor weapon? Interesting. The Lord Shenyuan glanced at Fang Chen in the stream and smiled eerily. If I'm not wrong, you should be Fang Chen, who has been the talk of the town recently. You killed the protector of the bloody battle territory with your star Venerable cultivation and replaced him. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a low voice while resisting the invasion of the stream. The Lord Shenyuan. What do you want? I want her all-fusion body and your half-step martial emperor weapon, the Lord Shenyuan said arrogantly. In your dreams. However, the Lord Shenyuan ignored Fang Chen and launched a powerful attack at Fang Shi. Back off. The star-hidden sword shouted and blocked in front of Fang Shi. On the immortal scepter, patterns flickered and intertwined in the void, forming an invisible barrier. You want to stop me with just the two of you? The Lord Shenyuan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong dong dong. The Lord Xuanyuan's punch was very powerful. When it hit the invisible barrier, it immediately shattered. Leave quickly. The star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter crazily attacked the Lord Shenyuan. Petty tricks. The Lord Shenyuan sneered. After all, they were two half-step martial emperor weapons. If there was a master controlling them, he might be afraid. But now, the power they released couldn't break his defense at all. You can't stop me. The Lord Shenyuan said. Stop. In the air, the old man said, this woman is one of the successors of the Blood Dragon Territory Lord. You can't be presumptuous. Is that so? If I kill the two of them, I'll be the only successor. Isn't that better? The Lord Shenyuan ignored the old man. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the void. A vast power attacked directly. The star-hidden sword was directly imprisoned. The immortal scepter struggled a few times but was also imprisoned. Keep. The Lord Shenyuan shouted and wanted to take the two half-step martial emperor weapons. However, he failed. Interesting. The Lord Xuanyuan's face showed a trace of a smile. Wait until I capture her, then I'll deal with you. The Lord Shenyuan didn't want any accidents to happen. He took a step forward and came to Fang Shi's side. Damn it. Fang Chen wanted to rush out of the pond, but he found that the power of the stream was too strong. He couldn't get out in less than 15 minutes. Leave quickly. Fang Chen shouted. Fang Shi's figure flashed and was ready to escape. Your attainment in the Tao of Void is not bad. Unfortunately, you met me. The Lord Shenyuan sneered. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Shi's escape route. With a punch, Fang Shi's body was sent flying. No. Fang Chen roared to the sky and activated the Chaos Sword body. He crazily absorbed the power of the stream. He only hoped that Fang Shi could hold on. Senior. Fang Chen looked at the old man. The old man shook his head helplessly. He was a spiritual body. He was severely injured and didn't have much combat strength. Fang Chen almost couldn't get out of the pond before the time was up. No. Fang Chen roared to the sky. His veins were exposed and his eyes were bloodshot. He was in a frenzy. Dong dong dong. Majestic sword chi rushed to the sky and circled above the pond, forming a dense sword realm. At the same time, the Chaos Sword body was also increasing rapidly. Break! Fang Chen roared. At the same time, the Lord Shenyuan attacked again and sent Fang Shi flying. Puke! The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He couldn't resist the attack of the Lord Shenyuan city. Are you regretting it? Are you angry? It's useless. You will see me take away her fusion body. The Lord Shenyuan looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Then, he took a step towards Fang Shi. Roar! A furious roar came from Fang Chen's mouth. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the Lord Shenyuan. Dong dong dong! The Chaos Sword body absorbed a large amount of the stream's power and broke through when Fang Chen was in a frenzy. In the sky, dense sword Dao Qi swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. Boom! A pillar of water soared into the sky, and a furious figure stood on top of the pillar of water. Get lost! Seeing that the Lord Shenyuan was about to touch Fang Shi, Fang Chen roared and threw a punch. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Lord Shenyuan said coldly and raised his fist to block. Crack! The two fists collided with a deafening sound and the ground shook. The Lord Xuanyuan's body involuntarily took a few steps back. The powerful force penetrated his body and messed up his organs. Holding back his blood, the Lord Shenyuan stared at Fang Chen. How dare you touch my daughter? Fang Chen took a step forward and came to Fang Shi's side. He helped his daughter up. Father, I'm fine. Fang Shi shook his head worriedly. Leave the rest to me. Fang Chen reached out and wiped the blood from Fang Shi's mouth. He then kept her in Immortal Cave Mountain. Without any worries, Fang Chen decided to fight to his heart's content. You! The Lord Shenyuan sneered and pressured Fang Chen with his powerful aura. The Lord Shenyuan? The first lord of the Desolation Palace? Fang Chen had an aura of disdain. In my eyes, you're just an ant. Splash! Fang Chen opened his palm. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword, which had been imprisoned, instantly shot out and landed in his hands. Anyone who dares to humiliate my daughter will be killed. The Lord Shenyuan was usually high and mighty. No one dared to provoke him. In the face of Fang Chen's words, the Lord Shenyuan was completely enraged. Do you know what you're saying? The Lord Shenyuan said, there's only one consequence for provoking me, and that's death. In midair, the old man stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. You broke through? It was within the old man's expectations that this fellow would break through in a fit of rage after being greatly provoked. To be able to use the Chaos Sword body to this extent, you're really a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The old man said, maybe I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. To read the latest novel, please visit